Okay, we're going to get started. Good morning. Welcome everybody to this morning's our special meeting. I announce that there are blue cards on the table and just outside the boardroom, and any member of the public or employee association wishes to address the board about an item on the agenda. Please be sure to complete the blue card and indicate the items on the agenda you wish to address, and complete and pass it to a staff member to my right here. This morning we'll start the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Riley, can you lead us on that?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we'll start by opening and a little bit of review of the day. Superintendent Hoffman.
Okay, welcome. Glad to have everybody here, and looking forward to the first workshop of the year with the board. As you look through the agenda, this is a pretty interesting combination of tried and true items, including the first one, which will be the calendar conversion conversation, and then moving into some exciting new territory with regards to, not that we don't do program evaluation, but some very specific work that we've been doing for the past several months in preparation for the program implementation continuums that we'll share with you today. So very excited about that work as well. Regional meeting planning and the annual opportunity for the board to do updates to the handbook. And then, of course, we'll wrap up the afternoon with two very exciting topics, including the budget review and board priorities, and an update with regards to our work on student suspensions. And actually, the real part of the piece there is being able to get very clear data with the new student information system with Synergy, and we think we've gotten a number of those bugs worked out, so I'm excited about that as well. So great day, a mix of new and tried and true, and looking forward to the conversation and discussion.
Okay. At this time, I want to call for any bargaining units. Anybody from the public would like to speak on the item on the agenda? Okay, if that, we'll go ahead and move into our elementary school calendars. Mr. Pierce and Dr. Grewal.
Good morning, President Madison, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. Our purpose here is to give you an update on the current enrollment and projections in our elementary schools, and we have a recommendation to consider changing one of our schools' calendars. And if we end up moving forward with that, I'll give you a timeline and to consider to complete this process. Okay, so in 18-19 school year, this was our configuration. We had 14 schools on traditional calendar, 15 on year-round, and 13 on modified traditional. Last school year, we moved Tsukumoto off of the traditional calendar and put them on year-round, and Beitzel off of the modified traditional calendar and moved them onto year-round. There's a lot of planning behind the scenes on that, and that process was really smooth. Not one concern or complaint came my way on that. So in 1920, we have 13 on the traditional calendar, 17 on the year-round calendar, and 12 on the modified traditional calendar.
So we want to walk you through, we do this each year when we take a look at all of our schools on all of their calendars and look at their prior year's enrollment, which is the second column on the screen in front of you. We compare their traditional calendar capacity and their multi-track year-round calendar capacity, which is the third and fourth column. to their projected enrollment. And in this case, we have 3 years of projected enrollment for each of our schools. This first slide is just the traditional schools that Bindi referred to. I do want to draw your attention, it's not in our recommendation, but you're going to see later on it's on our radar. So I'm not going to go through all of these, but I just want to touch on the schools that we're going to be watching very closely. And the first is Arnold Adriani. Again, these are traditional schools, so you can see Adriani at 958 is their traditional capacity. And you can see in the year 21-22, we are projecting them to be upwards of 1,000 students. So nothing to do yet, but just want to be mindful about that moving forward, that you might envision us coming forward and making a recommendation for Adriani to convert to year-round in 21-22. And then moving down the list, Elk Grove Elementary is another one that we want to keep our eye on. You might recall that they were once multi-track year-round, and we moved them off. Our commitment to those teachers and community was a 3 to 5 year calendar change, so we've already exceeded that. But again, you can see in 21-22, Elk Grove Elementary is projected to have nearly 950 students with a traditional capacity of 880 students. And then I'm going to bring to your attention Franklin Elementary. When you look at this graph, it doesn't appear to have a problem, but you're going to see some data here in a little bit about the entire, I'll call it Cosumnes Oaks region, where we're going to have issues in the future if we don't build another school in a timely fashion. But you can see Franklin, the new Franklin, will open at a capacity of 958 students. They're not projected to exceed that on your projection here, but I do want to also note there is 193 students currently that we're aware of that live in Franklin's attendance area that go to another school. And those schools are all on the east side of Franklin Boulevard. So we believe that to be parents who live in the heart of where the new school will be located, but has chosen to go to other elementary schools in that region. They can use childcare or any number of intra-district transfer requests. So we suspect that when the new school opens, not all of those children will come to the new school, but we suspect that a large majority of those. So you can kind of add 150 students to those projected numbers. It's just a guess and a wag, but you can see that they get really close to their traditional calendar capacity should that happen. We won't know until the start of the school year. Franklin won't open this year, it'll be the following year. So Franklin's something that we want to keep a very close eye on. Moving to the modified traditional schools.
Excuse me.
Yes, please.
Can I stop you right there?
Please.
In terms of the projection on Franklin, that's what those numbers are based on the current location?
So when we do the projected numbers for this purpose, we don't make changes for offloads. We assume that offloads are going to stay at the school that they're at.
What's the capacity for the new schools being built?
It's the 950.
Okay, that's what
Yeah.
okay.
Yep. When we began this conversation, we were using the old school, and that's obviously not going to pertain to the year that we're making recommendations. Okay, moving to modified traditional. Just draw your attention again to Raymond Case, very similar to Adriani. The traditional capacity is just around 800 students, and we project them to exceed that in 2021 potentially. We can use offloads. We have been using offloading there, but you can see in 21-22 they become quite large, so you can envision us coming forward should that stay the situation. Roy Herberg, is another school. It's very tight. I don't envision us coming forward, but if something were to change there with the demographics, we might be bringing that forward. You will see later in the presentation the recommendation that we're making today is with regard to Samuel Kennedy. They were another school that we took off of multi-track year-round during the recession as a means to save money. And it's a huge school, even on their traditional capacity at over 1,000 students. You can see that they're exceeding that 3 years out. Because of that student population and the high-need students there, we're making the recommendation that we convert Samuel Kennedy to a multi-track year-round calendar, and you'll hear that later in the presentation. David Reese will be on an upcoming slide. They're already multi-track year-round. So here is the start of the multi-track year-round schools. And I just want to note for the board and for the community and people listening, we do have the fortunate tool in our tool chest of multi-track year-round education. It's something that Elk Grove Unified has been using a number of years. It essentially increases the capacity of our schools by 25%. Depending on how efficiently the tracks are stacked, you can actually exceed that. So we've been able to use that over the years. In this case, if we were to not have any multi-track year-rounds, you're talking an additional 4 to 5 schools and the costs that are associated with that. So it's not just the cost of the capital. In fact, I would argue that the capital costs are kind of the minor end of that because it's a one-time expenditure. But you can imagine with an additional 5 schools in your district, that's 5 additional principals, 5 additional vice principals, the kitchen staff, the custodial staff, everything that comes along with that ongoing cost. So we've been able to use multi-track year-round successfully. I believe that our parents and our teachers that are on it, for the most part, actually like the calendar. And then in times of budget crises, we've been able to look at those calendars, and where other districts are closing schools, you've had the ability just to change the multi-track year-round calendars to modified or traditional, and you're not having to go through the pain, nor is the community, in terms of actually closing a physical campus. So it's been a successful tool for us, and I envision we'll use that moving forward.
Rob, just a quick.
Please.
So this is just as we go through, and you'll see the presentation that we do with regards to budget later. But it is one of those pieces as we talk with our communities and we have these conversations. Would it be easier from a lot of venues if we had one traditional calendar and we were all on it? We wouldn't have parents with kids in elementary school on a different calendar than our middle and high schools. Transportation it wouldn't be as spread out. The sites would shut down as far as maintenance and cleaning and doing those kinds of things. All those things would be easier. But as Rob spoke to, the idea that multi-track year-round, it is a tool that is really of great value to us. And the idea of having 4 or 5 more schools in place today and all the costs that are associated with that, if you look at our budget later on, we would either have to do fewer things for kids than we're currently doing, or we'd have to spend less on the existing people, which would mean we couldn't have done some of the raises and things that we've done over the past few years because we just have additional people with no more kids. That's the idea is when you're talking about revenues, the number of kids doesn't change. We're just talking about more schools, more adults, more expenses, but no revenue. So it is a tool. So as we get feedback from parents and community, if there's any frustration about the schedule, one reminder is it really is a tool that helps us with our financial stability significantly better than other districts. If we'd be in the same boat as others with regards to having to do some cuts if we actually didn't have this tool in place.
Absolutely, and I'll just share, for as many complaints as we might get, we get as many, if not more, arguments in favor of the calendar. Dr. Graywall and I and Ms. Cherry, back in her heyday when we would go out and talk to these communities, it's about a 50-50 split, both between staff and parents. Half of them love it, half of them would rather be traditional, and I think it really depends on the parents that have kids at secondary schools that are traditional. So that can ebb and flow. So in terms of this slide, you can see, and we don't need to go through each school, but their year-round capacities are sufficient to support their projected students. And then we will go to the next round. These are just alphabetical multi-track year-round schools.
Excuse me.
Yes.
With the comment you just made, you said they're sufficient, so, it just begs the question. If you look at Arthur Butler as an example,
Right.
why wouldn't they go back to traditional?
There are some schools on this list that we could actually consider converting back to traditional. Oftentimes what we're doing at these schools, we did it at Joseph Sims, is we will locate special education programs at those schools. So we do need that capacity in those regions, but we can certainly explore that further if the board would like.
What's the cost savings?
It varies by school, but it could be anywhere from $30,000 to $50,000 per school. There's some of the administrative staff and some of the office staff are actually on a different pay scale at year-round schools. There's some dollars that we hope to save in terms of electricity costs, but when we did the analysis from when we made the cuts in the recession and converted, gosh, I want to say over 20 schools off of multi-track year-round, we actually did not realize the savings that we suspected for energy costs, but it comes down to personnel costs.
Burning to year-round, what's the cost for per school?
It's just the vice versa. So yeah.
Are there, do we place, or do these new schools, are there new buildings also placed there, or just, we don't add no classrooms?
When we convert to multi-track year-round, no, what happens, Mr. Perez, is, there's 4 tracks of students. It's essentially 4 schools within a school. And at any one time, one of those 4 tracks is off, and then another track comes on. So you can envision 2 teachers using the same room, just one's off track and one's now on track. That's how you get the 25% in additional capacity.
What did we make the decision to actually build buildings versus leasing the actual classrooms?
There has been situations where we've leased classrooms.
Right.
It just depends on the finances and what the board is facing at the time.
But, I mean, the relocatable buildings right now,
Mhm.
we lease those, correct?
We own all of our relocatables currently, we do. Back in the 80s and up to the late 90s, the state did have a lease program where you could lease state portables, and they got out of that business, and then districts that were leasing those ended up purchasing them, and or the state just gave them to the district that was housing those. So that state lease portable program is no longer. There are companies and entities out there, though, who will lease you portables. In our case, we have a substantial amount of developer impact fees we're receiving. So we tend to have the revenue when the growth comes to just buy the portable, which is cheaper than leasing it in the long run.
So that's what we do.
That's what we do. Yep. Good question. So moving to the next round of multi-track year-round schools, Mr. Perez asked about Prairie Elementary. You can see that their traditional capacity, or excuse me, their year-round capacity is just over 1,500 students. We don't project they're going to have students that exceed that. You can see it's slightly less than their traditional capacity, but it's kind of the same argument with regard to Kennedy. 1,000 students on your campus at any one time for an elementary school that has students of that need. That's an awful lot of students, and we just don't believe that to be the healthiest environment. And then moving down, the shock and awe, if you will, is Zender Ranch. And so that's the conversation I wanted to have with the board relative to Franklin Elementary. So when you look at this, they're year-round, so we open them year-round at 1,270 students. They are exceeding that very rapidly. So the homes in that South Elk Grove area are coming online much faster than we had anticipated. So what we need to do, and you'll see this in a slide that Dr. Graywall has in a minute, we just need to keep an eye on that Cosumnes Oaks region. So as it stands, the region as a whole, and when I say that, it's Franklin Elementary, it's Zender Ranch Elementary, it's Costello Elementary, it's Carr, and it's Hine. So they have the capacity in that region to withstand the growth that's coming, but that will entail offloads. Our projections right now is for the 2022-23 school year, we will not have the capacity in that region. So we have a few options. We need to build another elementary school just south of Zender Ranch, or we need to convert all of those schools in the region to multi-track year-round, which would be Franklin and Costello are the only 2 that aren't. So what we'll have to take a close look at is basically your finances and where you stand. So you have 3 major reimbursement projects from the state that are still on the books for new construction. That's Dillard, that's McGarvey, and that's Zender Ranch. They still haven't funded any one of those projects. So you'll recall you've gone out and found vehicles to finance the difference of the state funding and your developer impact fees. We have honestly tapped out your capacity to do that with the excess tax in the Mello-Roos. And we don't see the growth coming in the Mello-Roos that would be required in order for you to go out and do another financing to build another school. So we're hoping with the governor's budget and doubling the size of state bonds that'll be issued in this fiscal year. We're hoping to realize the funding for Dillard, McGarvey, and Zender Ranch, and that'll give you the means to start another school in that region and hopefully have it open by the 2022 school year.
So just to be clear, at that proposed rate of 1.5 billion in bond sales or approvals per year, those 3 outstanding applications would be in that queue for the next fiscal year?
Dillard for sure. We're not certain about McGarvey and Zender Ranch because they came in at the same time essentially. We're hopeful. We think that they will be, but I don't want to give you false hope. Certainly in the following year.
Thank you.
Is there a consideration to open Franklin year-round?
We're not making that recommendation today.
No, but that's still on the table, correct?
That is on the table.
Because
Yeah.
I just think as you start opening a new school, you've always said changing it's the hardest part.
Yep.
So I hope we take into consideration how that should start, because that just parents get used to something, that's the
agree.
way it is. So.
I agree.
Just to go along with that, my impression is that a lot of the parents in the Franklin Elementary School, they're thinking we're going year-round already. That's the vibes I'm getting.
I have certainly had that conversation with them. You can remember the community meetings that we were having. And I was explicit with them about the board having to go out and find financing in order to start that school now in the absence of state funding. And depending on what happens with state funding, you might be in a position to have to go year-round. We didn't tell them when that would happen. We just wanted to set the stage. In our recommendations today that you'll see, what we're recommending is the conversion of Kennedy, but that Dr. Graywall and I start having a conversation with Costello and Franklin, certainly not as a scare tactic, but just to lay out the demographic facts of the area, and that you can suspect, in the absence of another school being built, we might be needing to convert you to year-round.
I just see that school becoming impacted pretty quick. The way where it's located now, and the amount of residents in that area, and plus the old school, I'm just worried that it's just going to be impacted right off the bat.
Yeah, their current boundary doesn't have a whole lot of growth in it. It's really the Zender Ranch boundary. Costello is built out, Hine is built out, Carr is built out. It's just that Zender Ranch. So we could make boundary changes. We could carve off some of what's currently Zender Ranch, put that into Franklin, and make them year-round. But again, I would say, Mr. Madison, and I don't know which parents you've heard from, the parents that Dr. Graywall and I have heard from that are making that assumption don't want to go year-round. So those haven't been pleasant conversations. And our point is this, at least from a staff perspective, when we've made a calendar conversion, we have promised those teachers in that community that we will leave you on that calendar for 3 to 5 years.
Right.
If you receive the state financing you need and we're able to build another school south of Zender Ranch, then we would have made that calendar conversion prematurely, and they would be on year-round without the students to support that calendar. And then you start getting tracks with 3 grades or 4 grades as opposed to 7, and and you're spending more money to be on a year-round calendar. So we just don't want to do it prematurely, but we think we start the conversation now that this is a reality that might happen.
Okay.
Rob, I have another question. I realize with multi-year round that the costs are, in a sense, insignificant when you look at the total budget, $40,000. But since administrators and office staff receive additional pay because they're on year-round multi-track, what about Reese? What about Sims? What about Stone Lake? All of them are decreasing, and we have many elementary schools on traditional that exceed those numbers, and so why do those stay?
So what you're not seeing here with Sims on their enrollment is the recent PALS programs that we've moved there. Stone Lake is the same, and Stone Lake doesn't appear on the slide, and I apologize for that, but to put them at traditional and to lose that capacity, they become extremely tight. They're actually a very small school in terms of the number of classrooms, but we would be happy to explore that further. Folks Ranch is a school that's been on our radar as well, and again, having that extra capacity for uncertainties in the region and special education growth. You might recall the board did at one point make a determination to convert Sims back to modified traditional, and then with the expansion and the rapid growth of the PALS program, we had to locate a number of PALS classrooms there because that's the only school that had the space in the region. So we do look at it closely.
Isn't there quite a bit of land there yeah, Sims,
It's tiny.
in terms of the back lots? Isn't it, some of it's not developed yet, or my understanding?
In terms of the school itself? No, it's actually a traditional size elementary school in terms of acreage. I think the park might give that perspective, but in terms of the school, the fields and the playgrounds, it's around 10 acres and it's completely developed.
Just to go along with Mr. Fortuna's comment, you know, it's Stone Lake, you know, it always puzzles me. That's a small school as it relates to some of our other elementary schools, but it's still year-round. And I know you indicated that there were classroom capacities or
Right.
small classrooms.
It was a design issue with the school. Is it why we're not using that design anymore? Because it is
Well,
actually
it's a
small.
horrible design.
well,
I agree with that.
I don't know if I say that.
Nothing against, that's not on Rob's watch.
Thank you for that.
But
Mr.
it is,
Madison.
but
Ms. Garywell was a phone principal.
In fact, the board challenged me, I think the day I landed, on dealing with that. To Mr. Madison's point, the district at that time had about 400 elementary classrooms that were 650 square feet. And that was, again, that was just a means to save capital dollars. And that's when we had 20 to 1 K-3 class sizes. And again, through the recession and having to increase class sizes, I hadn't been out to any of these schools. I found it hard to believe. And Stone Lake was probably the worst of that lot, as well as Sims. So what we did is we went into all of these schools, and everywhere that we had 3 650 square foot classrooms, we took down 2 walls and put up 1 and made 2 960 standard square foot classrooms.
I remember that.
So basically, every 3 classrooms at Stone Lake, we lost 1 when we did that conversion. So they became a pretty small school in that regard.
Okay,
It
I
was a
just wanted
big-
you
it
to
was a
have
big project.
some clarification for
Yeah,
the
I appreciate
board.
And what about
That's-
Reese? That was the other one.
Yeah, so David Reese, I think, again, it just boils down to the student base that's there, and having close to 1,000 students.
Excuse me.
No worries.
I have this on Bluetooth, and so my pill alarm was going off. Can you repeat what you said, please?
So I
on
think
Reese?
for David Reese, our recommendation is just because of the clientele, the students' needs there, having close to 1,000 students on a single calendar at one given time on that campus is just an awful lot. You can see in this year, in 18-19, that's where they sat. 19-20, you can see we're projecting about 930 students, but Reese is another school that we'll have to keep an eye on.
Yeah, I don't want to put you on the spot or anything.
that's fine.
But would you, as I look at all of our schools and the programs we run, could you explain the comment that you just made about their needs? How are their, quote, needs?
So they're
From the
high free
standpoint-
and reduced lunch students.
That's the cafeteria.
That's the cafeteria, and it's just the delivery of education at those campuses and having
the sheer number of meals
just
and
the
those kinds
sheer
of things.
number of meals. And what they end up doing, and you might have heard this before when we did the conversion, they'll have 5 or 6 lunches, and the first lunch will start at 10 o'clock in the morning, and the last lunch will end, somewhere around 2 o'clock. So it's just a big impact, and that number of kids on the playground at one given time, having back-to-school nights, having assemblies in the multipurpose room. A principal could speak to this a lot better than can I, but it's a huge concern of theirs.
I guess I could just say that for a lot of the schools.
Well, I think part of that is that when you're serving a high-poverty population, that they also have a higher propensity of needing additional services, and you need space for that to happen.
Agreed.
But it'll be on the radar. If we get down below, the 845 number, that thing continues to trend down, and depending on what other programs we have at the campus at the time, based on space, it's certainly on the radar as something that we're watching.
You mentioned that
Mr. Perez?
Next fiscal year, we will have to wait for next fiscal year budget, not this fiscal year, regarding the, making some changes to the new, the new elementary school.
So we're hoping that in this fiscal year, the state will reimburse the board for those 3 projects that I mentioned.
Right.
And then you'll have those finances able to start another elementary school in the CO region, which would be just south of Zender Ranch.
Okay, well, it sounded like we would have to, I wasn't sure about your comment that you meant earlier. So we would have to wait for, again, what the,
So
what's the scenario?
you have applications that are at the Office of Public
Right,
School Construction that the State Allocation Board has approved, but they're unfunded until they sell the bonds and release those bonds. It's really date order of districts that are waiting. So we're just in the queue waiting to be funded based on the timeliness of when they sell those bonds.
Right.
We will need that money in order to start that next elementary school, unless the board wanted to just exhaust all of its capital resources to make that happen. We would never recommend that. We would recommend that should that not happen, then we would want to look at converting Franklin and Costello to a year-round calendar to absorb that growth.
And if they don't, what's the plan?
If they don't, we would be converting Franklin and Costello
next-
to multi-track year-round.
The other 2 schools?
Yeah.
Right. It doesn't
But
have-
I thought you mentioned that we would have to also wait for the governor to infuse more funds for those building capacity?
Yeah, it's really an either or. So if we don't get reimbursement in a timely enough
Right.
manner to start
Right.
the planning of that school and to have it constructed by the 2022 school year, then we would want to convert both Franklin and Costello potentially to a multi-track year-round calendar. So it's an either or.
Either, okay.
And we just want to start sharing that information with parents now so it doesn't come as a surprise. It shouldn't, because I agree with Mr. Madison and Ms. Albiani. Parents, we had those conversations. I just think that, some of them don't want to convert. Some of them probably do.
Okay.
I just had a quick question, because I noticed David Reese will be declining enrollment in
Yeah,
upcoming
that's what we're
years,
projecting.
and then Kennedy's increasing, and because they're very close to each other, do you foresee maybe a proposed of boundary line change or anything like that in the future? I'm just thinking, because they're so close in the same region, it, makes sense one's decreasing, one is increasing.
We have talked to them about a boundary change. The major factor for Kennedy and Reese is Florin Road is such a major,
Right.
just natural division between the campuses. But it's a good point, because what's going to happen with all these schools, and it's happened historically for this district, is those neighborhoods and the population demographics. It's about a 10-year swing, maybe up to 15 years, where it peaks in the valleys and the peaks in the valleys. So the calendar is a good way to address that, as opposed to closing a school or doing major boundary changes.
Boundary changes I found to be much more controversial and
For sure.
not as supported as a calendar change.
Absolutely.
You have not seen boundary changes.
I've lived through them, and I remember them through Elliott Ridge.
But what's the word you use, offloading or transferring students from one elementary to another one? There's 2 terms that you use?
Yeah, so when students begin to enroll at a school for the start of the new school year, if that school doesn't have capacity, we administratively can offload those students to a school that
Offload,
has
okay.
capacity. Parents can submit for an intra-district transfer. Childcare tends to be the most favored option. So parents can submit an application to us to, say, move a child from Franklin to Costello or to Hine based on childcare. And by law, we have to
I
honor
think,
that.
I would maybe suggest, or what do you think about this idea, is that have another column of how many students are offloaded to other schools. Would that be
Sure,
helpful?
we could
or
do that.
Good, huh?
We could do that. Yep.
Because like the issue that we have with Kennedy, that we offload how many students to Reese now? About 50, 100, or what?
Oh, I don't know off the top of my head. We'd have to go back and look at the numbers. It could be to Florin Elementary. It's not necessarily to Reese.
Well, I heard it was Reese. I think most of the kids were going to Reese.
We can look at that.
I think it was about almost 100, Jim.
Okay?
So some of the areas we consider before making a calendar change, we look at the total number of students on campus. We think about how this may disrupt the families in the community. We think about their movement into middle school and high school. We consider the importance of students attending their home schools, teacher planning time, and then we look at regional articulation. And regional articulation is principals having an opportunity to get together and plan, and the enrollment capacity. That's general. But more specific to year-round schools, there, of course, will be fewer students on campus. We're going to look at the disruption to the families again, entering into middle school and high school. And it does allow for more students to attend their home school. And then, of course, it increases student enrollment, the capacity of that site.
Bindi, that fourth bullet's an important one also. When you talk about one of the advantages of year-round is they may be on different tracks, but the kids do get to go to the neighborhood school because you increase capacity. So there's fewer offloads when you make that transition. And so it's another one of the advantages of the year-round calendar for families.
Can you explain that third bullet, please?
So does it, changing from a year-round calendar or a modified calendar, does it make any difference going into middle school and high school? Not really, other than it's a very short break.
Okay. Thank you.
I think it also falls in line with bullet number 4. The middle schools and high schools have an association with their feeder elementary schools, so by staying at that feeder school, you become accustomed to your middle school and high school.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
So our recommendation is to move Kennedy Elementary to a year-round school. And these are the schools that we're keeping on our radar. We'll add to this Stone Lake and Reese, and Folks Ranch and Sims, and we can add that additional column that shows the number of students being offloaded.
Can, you know,
Question, oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. You go first. You're older.
I'm older? Must be hiding all those grades here somewhere. I think I lost my train of thought there. So is this the first introduction for this recommendation, or has the community already been hearing a little bit? Where are we
Staff
with?
has some, they've heard about it, but we haven't gone out. That's the next steps.
Yeah.
So it's just letting you know at this point, that's our recommendation. Our next steps will be go out and talk to the staff and talk to the community and get their input, and then we'll bring that back to you. And then we'll move forward with if you approve or not with this recommendation.
So, but in terms of, pre-community outreach at back-to-school nights, just have these items come up in the past? So this is not going to be, once we discuss it and approve it, it won't be shocking when you take this back to the school site.
It won't be shocking to the staff. We have not gone out to the community yet. We didn't want to go out to the community until we brought this forth to you.
Yeah.
But I'll remind the board, this is just a recommendation, it's not a done deal, and we will
Right.
hear that oftentimes. So this, again, is for the 2021 school year. So Dr. Graywall and I will spend 1920, the coming school year, having community meetings, having staff meetings, talking through that, and then bringing an ultimate recommendation to the board.
Yeah, the board's not making a decision on
Right.
this yet. This is just putting it on the radar for
Putting it on the
everybody.
radar
Yeah.
for future consideration, but it allows you opportunity to begin that dialogue.
That's right.
And then for the on the radar, to what extent is the conversation going to just putting those seeds out there of this might be coming your way, or, I mean, or do you think this is it? Like, in terms of, we've done our outreach via this board retreat, it's on the radar, so if you hear about it, great. If you haven't, we may not bring it back until such time that we need to have that discussion.
I think for us, it's just really letting the board know that we're keeping a close eye on these schools, that you could envision in the future maybe bringing these back as a recommendation, just based on the numbers and watching it. We just want you to be aware that we're looking at that. I think the Cosumnes Oaks region, though, that is a conversation that we start sharing data with the parents in the community so they understand what might happen.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think just as a parent, the more you know, the earlier you know, it definitely helps the planning purposes for family. Thank you.
The other thing, when we look at Arnold Adriani, and I've brought this up before, and again, I recognize that unless we want to change the way in which we accept applications and all, that there's a lot of kids going there who aren't in the attendance region. The parents don't tell the truth, and yet that impacts the decisions we end up having to make. Because I had one of the previous principals, not the current principal, tell me that he was concerned about having to go to year-round as a result of the number of kids going there that didn't belong. And that's an issue that ends up impacting us.
So what can we do on that issue?
Oh, you want to
Become an enforcement agency.
We have to have another, I'm sorry, but, yeah, I know exactly what we got to do.
Yeah, that's really it. What it boils down to, Mr. Perez, is these people that are unfortunately not being honest about their residence. In terms of the paperwork they're submitting to us, it says that they live in that region. So it's just a matter of rolling up your sleeves and challenging that information, which puts us in a very uncomfortable situation. It's not to say other districts haven't done it.
And I can speak to that because in El Dorado Union, we did that. And we had a person who went and knocked on the door and said, "Show me the bed, show me the dresser." And we got lots of pushback on it. We ended up moving away. It was a long-established tradition, and we moved away from it. But you're also talking about hiring people to do that. So there's a cost associated with doing it, and then there's the looking our parents in the face, and in some cases calling them liars, and that's a challenging place to be as well. So it can be done. But there's consequences. That's how we have clear processes in place, and we assume, and I think for the vast majority of people, they are honest with us, and we get information, and it's related to childcare and other needs of the family. Are there some people that take advantage of that situation? There are, but I think we would end up alienating a large portion of our parent group to identify the few folks that are playing around the edges.
Yeah, but what is the fiscal impact and the pros and cons of how to deal with that issue? That's what I would like to know.
I think he just listed all kinds of cons.
Right.
We're housing the kids regardless.
Right.
If we have a couple of more schools that are on year-round than would be otherwise, the cost is $30,000 to $40,000, per school that's on a year-round that would not need to be on a year-round. There's still advantages. When we go to year-round, more of those families can get to that school anyway, so we alleviate some of the problems by going to a year-round calendar. So I don't know that the cons are worth all of the efforts it would take and the public relations piece that would be involved in doing that.
And sometimes we do get notifications sometimes. So sometimes it's the site policing itself, and when there's just a blatant disregard, those things can get reported to us. Makes it a little easier to deal with. I, like Superintendent Hoffman, in a prior life, we opened a third high school at the district, and we hired a retired administrator to do exactly that, to do bed checks. Quite candidly, it takes the strength of the 7 of you behind an effort like that, because that's where it ultimately falls with the frustration of people. The bigger shame for me too is when students get offloaded that do live in that attendance area and there's not capacity there for them.
Yeah, let me address the fiscal impact. So we get ADA for every student that's enrolled. We get that. In our facilities projects, they are unhoused pupils, right? So we get funding for that. What we don't get theoretically is, they didn't pay into Measure M and property tax and things of that nature, possibly. So that's really where the funding gap is. But other districts, as they've mentioned, have done this, and as a result, state law has changed and actually limited what districts can do in terms of investigations in the last few years, because it almost always ends poorly, right? We do all these things to create a welcoming environment and to persuade people that we want them to come to our schools and engage, and then if on the other hand you are looking at them with suspicion, it just undermines all of those efforts that we've established through our Office of Family Engagement and all of these things.
I agree wholeheartedly. For a few bad apples, the idea of becoming a policing body is not what I would want to send the message out to our families, not only because of our FACE department, but just, you know, when it goes to all of our goals, I think it undermines our efforts for a few folks that may be abusing it. You're always going to have folks in any system that fall short, but I think that what our checks and balances, of course, they're not 100% foolproof, but for the vast majority of the time, and just mainly because I am not interested in becoming a policing agent of our families, I think that the repercussions are grave.
What? That's just not worthwhile for us. I think Chris and Bobby just explained it very well.
Well, I kind of disagree because, you know, we need to be accountable for our students and their parents. And if somebody lies, you know, that's, you know, I don't say it's a police issue. It's more accountability issue that it costs the district, you know, you say $30,000 per school. So
I think
wording it as a police issue or a thing, if a person lies, they lie.
But if we catch them, if we catch them in a lie, then we hold them accountable. But the idea of, you know, looking at each situation and making assumptions that people are not telling you, then and whether we're going to spend resources to go to homes and do those kinds of checks, the type of work we're going to do in checking the applications, that's kind of the question mark.
Yes, but what I've heard, like Mr. Forcina mentioned, he mentioned that there's principals out there, they know this for a fact, but yet it stops there. Why does it stop there? Why don't we have a report by each elementary school, junior high, and high school, what's happening in this situation? You know, how serious is it? You know, I know for a fact that, you know, many years ago, well, still happening today, is that there's students that come to our district to play sports, and they get in trouble when they come over here and play sports for our district, and they find out about it, or blah, blah, blah. And so,
One thing I want to make sure we're clear about, because part of the conversation with a couple members is people coming from outside the district into the district is a different issue. This is really what we're talking about. An internal movement from one of our schools, you know, to another one of our schools.
yes, but internally also that happens within our district boundaries.
For sure.
Yes, and nobody talks about that.
We talk about it a lot. We talk about it all the time.
Until the sports association finds out, or they send us a letter, parents or concerned parents. So, you know, we you know, it's not policing, it's a matter of having a good accounting system and making sure that these parents live within our boundaries.
Even the rules around interscholastic sports have changed dramatically. It used to be back in the day, you know, moving between schools was just, you couldn't do it, you were sitting out a year. Now, regardless of where you live, you get to that school in the freshman year and you establish residency, you have a right to play at that school. So even at the CIF level, what it was like when your kids were in school, when I coached, those rules are very different now, and they have laxed it with regards to parents having choice of where their kids go to school. Even at the CIF level, that has changed dramatically.
I would say even further, Mr. Perez, is look at our undocumented families for a moment. What would that create?
Look at the home to school
The homeless
visitation program, right?
There's so
What happens
many
to the-
examples of where just the concept of going out there and policing, and it is policing. Policing doesn't mean, you know, having a law enforcement badge officer coming to your, knocking on your door. Policing is any form by authority of whomever we would designate if that day would ever come. which I hope would never come.
I would never support policing or having our police officers going to somebody's house,
that's-
period. You
But
know, if
that,
you
but
want to
policing
have
is
that,
beyond a
I
badge.
disagree with you.
Policing is beyond a badge.
What?
Yeah, well, let's move on. I think we understand. We'll look at the schools itself. Mr. Pierce indicated that they can do a little better job when they get new people coming into the school, so
Right.
we'll leave it at that.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, let's move on.
Okay, so if we end up changing Kennedy, we'll have 13 on traditional, 18 on year-round, and 11 on modified traditional calendar. And the timeline here is, we're presenting you with the initial information. Next step, as I mentioned, we'll go out to the site and get their information, and then in September, we'll come back to you with that.
Can I ask one more question, if we can go back to Zender Ranch? Mr. Pierce, did I hear you say that one of the options for addressing those out-year issues in Zender Ranch was building another elementary school? I didn't catch which site or approximately where.
It's, as the crow flies, it's literally just a couple miles due south of the existing Zender Ranch.
South of Whitelock or north of?
Yeah, there's a couple, well, there's multiple elementary
Sites.
proposed in the future, so we would have to pinpoint one of those. And the timing, and I meant to speak to Mr. Perez to this earlier, it's not just, say, in a year from today, we get the money, oh, we can build the school. We still have to buy it.
Right.
We still have to design it. We still need all the approvals. We have to bid it, and we have to start it. And all of those front-end things take, a couple $1 million just to do the planning, the site acquisition, upwards of that as well. So we're just holding on for that money.
Thank you.
I have a quick question. Were you finished, Dr. Growa? I didn't want to cut you off. Are
I
you
didn't hear
finished? Are you finished with your part?
Yes, we were just going to go in on the timeline, the next was just questions, so we're good.
Okay. When we look at the numbers before, Rob, at the beginning, do those include our pre-K and TK on-site?
They do not.
Okay.
I don't believe. Let me go back and look at the footnote. No, they do
I
not.
The
think,
footnote says pre-K.
It does. It's pre-K through 6 enrollment at those schools. It's adjusted for intras, but not offloads.
okay.
to
And I
Mr.
also think
Perez's
when
request.
you're locating, I think going to Prairie Elementary and seeing the classes I saw there and the space that they take can make this look very skewed.
Yeah, no, agreed.
So I just think as we present it could use a column of other uses or something to give a more complete picture, because if you look at Prairie, it might look low, but if you go to Prairie and you see the 2 full labs and the 6 classrooms it's taken in the yard and all that stuff, then you get a better feel for the whole thing.
It's a great point. And
Excellent
what you
point.
don't see behind the scenes here, these are planning numbers from the facilities planning staff.
Yeah.
And when we take a snapshot of a school of what we say it can house, and then as we talk about these things with the principals, we actually get out to the site, figure out what they're actually using space for, how big those spaces are. There's multiple capacities. There's a planning capacity. You're making assumptions with loading standards and how many kids in each grade you have. And then the principals have their own capacity. They might have a space that, no, our PTO uses that, and, well, sorry, we're going to have to take that back, or we're using it for intervention programs for our students, So there's all those things that play into
So I just
the
think when we
recommendation.
present this to our public, it might look a little off.
Agreed.
Okay,
Yeah, and we get into a little more detail there with them, for sure.
excellent, thanks.
Can I go back to your timeline to transition? And I just have a question, and it might sound like, overkill, but, we've had presentations before the board from parents of the community, especially recently Franklin, and we hear people come to the podium and open comment and say they didn't know about it, they never heard about it, and blah, blah, blah. It looks like you've pretty much covered the bases. Would it be appropriate to also add communication on the websites of the specific schools? So that's just one more base that's being covered that,
We can do that, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you.
Good. Okay, appreciate it. Okay, at this time, we're going to take about 10, 15-minute break and reconvene right quick. Okay, we'll get started on the educational and program evaluation. Mr. Cerruti?
Thank you, President Madison and members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman and Ms. Avalos. I appreciate the opportunity to share with you. I describe it as the data-based decision-making evolution we've been making as a district. And so with that, we're going to jump right in. The objectives are to understand the why, how, and what of comprehensive data analysis, and then an introduction to output data analysis. And I'll preface this by saying the information that you're getting is actually very, very similar. I think the only difference between this and what we'll be sharing with our principals on Friday, when we have all 200 or so of our site administrators together with Bindi, Craig, Sue, myself, and all the directors, we will be going over similar information, and we may just add a little bit to it, but we're all being introduced to this approach that we're taking. So as we typically do, I'll kind of walk through a why, how, and what. So the why of this, the way that I'd approach this is through a couple of words. One is accountability, and it comes from the old French word which means to count, and responsibility, which comes from the Latin word responsus, which means to respond. So these words, and even if you look in the dictionary, they can be seen as synonyms, and they're very closely related, but they're not synonyms. They don't mean the same thing. And so what's crucial, I don't know why that just happened. Let me just back up for a second. I don't know why that's occurring. So this is kind of saying, so do we need both? So we need to be accountable for having robust systems. These are our data systems. To be accountable means, are we counting? That's literally what it means to be accountable. And do we need that? Of course we need that. In order to gather, synthesize, analyze, and utilize data in a timely and accurate manner. And should we be responsible? And should we respond to the results of our actions? So that's the question. So in terms of, should we look at a comprehensive data approach? If somebody says, so why are we doing this? At a real grassroots level, it's for those two purposes. So you will hear us speak differently. If we're focusing, which we will later on today, on discipline data, you as a board and the public, and we can ask of ourselves, are we accountable and responsible as it relates to that? So do we have accountability systems in place to track, utilize, and analyze data? And are we taking ownership for what that data is telling us for our actions? So we have a theory of action that kind of focuses along of if we believe, then we will, which will lead to. In terms of continuous improvement and programmer output improvement. And we'll go into a little bit what differentiates outcomes and outputs and inputs in just a sec. But if we believe we can systematically measure program implementation, then we'll be able to continuously improve those programs, and we would think that that will lead to sustained improved student outcomes. Pretty straightforward. And a lot of this, the questions and some of the pieces of this are actually fairly simple, but the work behind them is actually rather complicated to enable us to do some of the things we need to do. And so I was sitting near Rob, and Rob, just to let you know, I'm starting to, my throat. So Rob, so please bear with me if I take a little water periodically. Just a comment here, and that is, there's something called the Campbell effect. And I think his name was Donald, and he's a social scientist, he was a psychologist, and back in the kind of mid to late 60s and mid 70s. And there's Campbell's law, or the Campbell effect, and it's something to the effect that the more any quantitative social indicator is used for social decision making, the more apt it is to be corrupted, and then there's pressure that will be applied that can distort the actual program that it's intended to be monitoring. So it could be, huh? So what that means in short is it means if your goal becomes an actual measure, bad things can happen, is what that means. So here's some examples. So if crime statistics are, if people are concerned about crime rates and crime statistics, stop and frisk. So what do we know about stop and frisk? I'm not asking, it's asking for responses to that. But at one point in time, it was deemed as necessary in an action that was taken, and we know some of the results that occurred. Zero tolerance in schools with discipline. So we know what that resulted in. And another one that this would apply to, for example, is English immersion versus dual immersion or bilingual education. So that came as a result of, if you track back when California, for example, implemented English immersion, and I'm not taking a political position on it, just track immigration rates and track the politics of what was being looked at and look at it nationally, and you will exactly see when decisions were made, not necessarily based on educational theory or educational practice. So there's three legs to the educational stool. There's us, the practitioners, there are policymakers, and then there are educational researchers. And I believe a shortcoming of how we've been making decisions since the beginning of time with education is those three legs of the stool don't connect as well as they should. And so well-intended political decisions, and it's not just political, well-intended decisions that school districts can be making are being made on outcome-based measures. And you're going to see in a minute the risk that takes place by making decisions on outcome-based measures. And we as a district and education as an institution used to wave our flag of we engage in high-quality database decision-making. And I'll share with you how false that actually was. So how did we go about doing this? And I don't want to make this sound like gloom and doom. I don't want to do that either. But it'll become very clear why there's been shortcomings and why the educational programmatic graveyard is heavy with ghosts wandering around that don't stay ghosts. Anybody who's been in education long enough says, what is this new thing that we're doing? Because if I wait long enough, I'll ride this out if I'm not engaged in it. And if I'm here long enough, it's going to come back. And there's a reason for that. And it's rooted in the fact that there is not continuous improvement practices that are being applied, and there is not a comprehensive data analysis methodology that's being employed. So how did we do this? How did we try and evaluate these programs? So we had directors and program specialists analyze the inputs, outputs, and outcomes of high-impact programs, and I'll come back to some of this in just a second to make sure that everybody is clear on what inputs, outputs, and outcomes are. But how did this come to be? So the programs are conceptually deconstructed. And so, for example, we have actually four of them that are ready to go right now, and you'll see as later on in the presentation, in the discussion. EL, FACE, and PBIS is ready to go, and then as is the tool that has been used, it was termed an optic tool. It was a measure that was used by Kathy Hamilton and her staff with our CTE programs and pathway academies, and basically what they're doing. So if somebody says, so how do you know a school has a high quality EL program? How do you know a school has a best practice PBIS program? How do you know? And so we've deconstructed that, and we have a methodology by which we're approaching that question. There's two questions that sound very similar, but they're very different. If you sit down with a principal, for example, you sat with Chris or you sit with me, and you go, so how are we doing? That's one question, and we would say, oh, we're doing pretty well. We're doing it in terms of, here's the progress we've made with A to G rates, graduation rates, whatever that may be. That question is a very outcome-based question. A question that actually is, in my opinion, more important because it gets at cause is how do you know what you're doing is working? They are not the same question at all. And one is actually simpler to answer. The first question is simpler to answer if nobody asks the second question and nobody cares about the second question. Thus, the difference between accountability and responsibility. Hope that makes some sense. Then once our program folks sat down and had these programs deconstructed, and you'll see in just a minute some graphics that represent that, kind of what are the main pieces? So if we're going to talk about an EL program, we could talk about 50,000 different things. How do we make sense of it? They deconstruct it, then they get together with our research analysts and experts, with Christine and her staff, and they start to operationalize it and put numbers to it. So we're going to be coming back to it, and hopefully in the end that this is all going to make more sense, and you would be able to stand up here and do this very same thing that I'm doing with you.
No, thanks.
Anybody want to line up?
Why would I want to do that? I have no idea why would I want to do that. So just a bit about inputs, outputs, and outcomes. So the learning system defined, you've heard us refer to the E4 learning system, our school systems, ecosystems, solar systems. Systems are defined by inputs, outputs, and outcomes. And if people working within systems or responsible for living in them, managing them, leading them, guiding them, trying to get a system to get its most efficient and effective outcome, does not have a thorough understanding of all three of those, you're allowing this, at best what you're doing is guessing. You're making educated guesses and using intuition, and neither of those is sound decision making. So inputs, in simplest terms, it's what we invest, outputs, what we do, and outcomes, what we accomplish. Oftentimes, even if you Google continuous improvement and look at images, there are times when you will only see input, output, input, output, input, output. That's not a full explanation of what it is. Because as you can see, the inputs are people, time, money, and material resources. It's what we put in. The outputs are things that we do. Those are the activities. It's stuff that we do. And the outcomes is what we accomplish. Kind of make sense? We good with that? So where do we currently find data? Because we are a data-rich district. We do phenomenal work and have done phenomenal work with data for years and years and years. So where do we currently find the data? And mind you, when we're doing this with principals, we'll actually be asking them at their tables to kind of sort through this. Where are they finding this data? And then we'll get into them. How are you using it? And how is it guiding your decision making? So the input data, we have our site LCAPs, master schedules, calendars. Those are all things to be looking at. And actually, let me just back up for a second to this and give you a really quick input, output, and outcome, because it can be applied at a micro level or a macro level. So let's just take a teacher planning an assignment. The input is that teacher's time. Did they use materials and resources that they needed to implement the lesson? The output is they teach. And the outcome is what did the students learn? That make sense? So our output data, site LCAPs, that site LCAP has a lot of input data. So if you recall, it literally, so if it's Laguna Creek and Doug has his site LCAP, on the budget page it's $12 million, and I'm pulling that out of thin air, but I'm probably somewhere in the ballpark in terms, because it literally has the cost of every single staff member he has and every dollar that he has, and then he can begin to look. So school directors that go out and his team can now really analyze the inputs, but it's more than just that. Master schedules, for example, you can begin to look at, so what are the things, and it's not only master schedules, who do we have teaching what? Do you have your most experienced teachers teaching the classes that the neediest students are in, or do you have teachers teaching what they're most comfortable teaching? You'd like to think that that's a balance, but that's another data point you can look at. Calendars, and literally school calendar, but you could sit down with a principal, you could sit down with me and say, so what are your priorities? And I could mention that and say, so let's take a look at your calendar and see if how you're using your time lines up with your priorities. So I'm going to shoot down to the outcome data, because outcome data are our site LCAP data, different than the site LCAP. You will get, in the fall, you get the site LCAP data. That is the 30 or so metrics that we have. So every school gets it, and we do one as a district, right? And it tells us our grad rates, our suspension rates, our A to G rates, our highly qualified teacher rates in our school, all those things. Some that are mandated by the state, some that we're mandated to have, but we have the flexibility to identify our own. That's our outcome data. The output data, this is the gap that we're addressing, because this is talking about programs. So what data do we have that we would talk about the level of implementation, or how effective is our district's or a school's special ed program, EL program, support to foster youth? What about our summer school program or expanded learning? You as a board I've seen it and experienced the evolution of the board, because we used to just come and present outcome data. We presented that data. You as a board are starting to go, we've seen that data and we're familiar with that data. We want to know why. You're asking the question why. I'm going to get in just a second, we're going to get at what data you need to actually be able to understand why. So this should be somewhat familiar to folks, this decision-making model. It's not something to fill out. And I reference it again, not to sound all technical and things, but it is a derivative of what's termed human performance technology. And my reason for saying that, this isn't just something someone here made up, or we pulled it off the internet and said, that looks cute. No, the International Society of Performance Improvement is one of the largest organizations that school districts and large corporations, I believe SMUD is part of it and things of this nature. And it's a way of tracking and making sure, as an organization, you're working as efficiently as you can. We've ground it down to some basic questions, but here's an interesting question is, so where does input, output, and outcome data live here? So outcome data lives right there. Do I know where I am? That's how am I doing? That's the question. Outcome data. How are we doing? What are our grad rates, suspension rates, so on and so forth, right? That's how we're doing. That second question, do I know the gap between where I am and where I want to be? So if our CASP scores are at 50% and we want them to be at 60, or we want them to be ultimately at 100, there's a gap, right? So what's the data that we would need to determine that gap? It's comparing outcome data with the goal. It's the same data source. It's just comparing, right? If our goal was, well, let's try and see if we can boost it by 10%, and we came in at 62 or we came in at 58, there's a gap. Do I know what's causing me to be where I am? This is the question. How do you know what you're doing is working? It's input and output data. This is the Campbell effect. So if the only thing that you looked at was suspension data and didn't look at anything other than suspension data and said, suspensions are too high, you as a board or Superintendent Hoffman or we collectively could right now say we will no longer suspend students from school. We will not do it. Unless a student is going to be expelled and it's a mandatory expulsion, we will not send a single student out of school. We could do it. There's problems that may certainly occur as a result of doing that, right? But that is where zero tolerance comes from. That's where folks all say something has got to happen. And what they haven't done and what hasn't happened is an analysis of input and output data. Okay? So let's put it all together. We need to be accountable and responsible. Our learning system has inputs, outputs, and outcomes. And we got to really have a thorough understanding of all three. We have rich data sources in terms of inputs and outcomes, but there is a gap. If we did a DMM application, which we did, and so what I did, where this came from, and I'm not using that I did any of this in isolation at all. This came from Christine and I having conversations. It's where it sort of started, which was, okay, so we're analyzing this data. We're pushing data out to our principals, but how can they actually make decisions, make sound decisions, because there is an absence of some crucial data. That's where this all started. When Sue was the director of English Learner Services, and she had put together a strategic plan, and that strategic plan had specific elements in it, like structural components, so that they would be able to look at a school and say, do we have the right courses and the right kids in courses? And what about training our teachers, and what about walkthroughs and observing instruction, and what about training and then posting? So there were some elements that she was working on, so I dragged her into the room, and we kind of said, so is there a way we could start operationalizing this and measuring it? So that's where it all came from in terms of looking at it. If you recall in the not too distant past, what used to be considered upper level, high quality database decision making, and this is not a criticism of Elk Grove. I was a transplant from 2,000 miles away and we were doing the exact same thing.
Where?
Which I came from Wisconsin, so I was in Madison. And so at the time, this was when standardized tests came out. So when you got standardized test data, what did we do? We analyzed it. We analyzed it by subgroup. We broke it down by who did what. We analyzed it by which questions were missed and how frequently, down to the individual student. And so the database decision making was, look at these kids right here in this band. 2 to 3 more questions will move them to the next band. The goal was to get them to answer 2 to 3 more questions accurately on a test. It even went further than that, because depending upon how you were measuring the effectiveness of things and weighting things, remember, schools were given an API. If you hit 800, you kind of left the school alone, right? It was based on a test. So what the game was, and was it a game? Kind of, it was a math game, because then what you looked at and you said, if we can get EL kids, because EL kids actually get more points. You can hear how insidious it can sound when you approach it that way, right? Well, this is what, and this isn't pointing fingers, this is the system. This is when everybody is trying to solve really complex problems. So when legislators are making decisions, when No Child Left Behind, there was reasons to do that. But it was all based on, you better get test scores up or else. Then the sole focus was on test scores, which are outcome data. The other thing is, if we really wanted to get serious about it, then what teachers and what administrators would get trained in is they would come into the job fully trained in systems analysis. We don't even consider it. So we've been fortunate enough to have some really good people who understand this, myself excluded. I just follow along and tag along with Christine and the smart ones back there. We have rich data sources, but we have a lack of output data. So now here's what this means. So everybody's seen this before, a lot, but what we're really talking about is program evaluation, and the other thing we're talking about is that, fidelity of implementation. So just a moment about this. And that should actually say output. That's me writing input, output, and outcome so many times. I was suffering from PowerPoint dementia. But quickly defined, it's the degree to which a program, action, or service is delivered as intended according to design delivery specifications. So that's what that is. In order to accurately measure program effectiveness, there must be clearly defined implementation standards. Otherwise, you can't measure it. If everybody does whatever they want to do, however they want to do it, there is no comparison you can make. Fidelity of implementation must be in place in order to comparatively analyze a program being delivered in more than one setting. So, people often say, hey, they're having success at that school, or this school district is having success doing this. We need to do that, or have everybody do it. This assumes some really important things. It assumes that it's clearly known the relationship between the program and student outcomes. That's not easy to do. That means, hey, everybody do that. We went to this school district, or I went to this conference. This school is doing, I saw this great, what I think is this great reading intervention program for second grade. I'm going to buy it. Okay, that assumes that there's been a lot of questions and answers that that person has asked before they're going to go buy that. Because it would be, so what do you know about the school and the circumstances? You got to analyze the inputs and the outputs. What are the teachers doing? What training did they have? How stable have the teachers been? Has there been turnover? How long have you been running the program? Are you sure that everybody does the program in the same way? And does this mean everybody teaches and everybody's on page 1 on day 1? That's not what this means at all. And typically the answer is no to those questions. So it means blanketly saying it works there, let's do it everywhere. That replication doesn't mean it's impossible, but it means you have to have other data. So what's our strategy? Is it a reasonable question to ask an organization that's using $1 billion, if we add Measure M, or over $1 billion of public dollars? Should we be able to answer the question, how do you know that that's working? So here's our strategy. It's called the Program Implementation Continuum, fondly referred to as a PIC. So here's how we did this. There's 4 levels of implementation. And I'm going to use the word implementation because it's obviously people would correlate it to, well, if you're level 4, you're better. You're going to see in a minute, not that easy to say. Because better would mean in terms of student outcomes, right? If my EL program is being implemented, our theory of action says we would assume our EL kids are doing better. PBIS, we would assume lower levels of discipline, lower levels of exclusionary discipline. Higher levels of responses in terms of student climate, right? So initially, we are not talking about, yes, that is an A+ program, that's good, that's not so good. No, it's levels of implementation. This is what the program directors did. They started to break it down. This is just a graphic representation. What are the key components of your program? And then what are these subcomponents and how can we measure them? So oftentimes when those folks are beginning to break this down, dissect their program, they'd take it over to Christine. Christine and her folks would sit down and say, well, tell me what that means. And at times what they were trying to get at may not have been measurable. So then in the course of the conversation, they'd get measures that were related to this. And then you're going to see in just a minute the information that we're providing with our principals is actually laid out in this manner. There will be the overall program, the components, and then there's subcomponents. And this is just talking about, the question was asked is, are all the subcomponents of equal value? And the program experts, in many cases, said no, some are more important than others. So then you get into statistical analysis and some statistical formulas that can put weights to them. So that's what was done, okay? So now let's take a look at one. English Learner Services. So these are actual screenshots. There is a website, and we're in the process right now of uploading and updating all the data. So we actually have numbers for all of our schools, and I can anticipate a question, so can we see the numbers for all those schools? And it would be, you'll be able to see the numbers for all those schools, but initially we just want to give everyone a sense of what the heck is this that we're trying to do. So our EL program, so Sue was at the outset of working on this, so if I get anything wrong, Sue will correct me. And Lucy has picked up and continued to do the work. Program structure, teacher prep, and instructional strategies. Those are the main components. If you go back here, those are the component 1, 2, and in her case 3. So then what we have is, here's how program structure is broken down. There's an elementary ELD program survey, secondary course offerings, walkthrough rates. So that's program structure. Each one of those has data points that are attached to it. So there's data that we have that's now being gathered on all 3 of those elements specific to program structure. Teacher prep, it's training participation, and then it's familiarity of instructional strategies, and you can see where it says teacher self-perception and familiarity, we provide surveys. The training is the extent to which teachers participate in training. So basically what we're doing is, are people taking training and to what extent are they? And then we're providing follow-up surveys to them to get information.
Can I ask a question?
The last one is
Mr.
instructional strategy.
Mr. Rudy,
Pardon?
quick question on the slide, the previous slide. Why do those three elements add up to more than 100%, or am I misunderstanding that?
Why do they or don't they?
Why are they above 100%?
Chris, well, in fact, what I don't want you to look at, in terms of why they added, the total adds up to more than 100%?
Yeah, yeah.
Christine, do you want to respond?
Okay. That is very obvious. Sorry, I missed that. Thank you.
No, and these are all good questions because this is literally, these are screenshots from a website. We actually have a website that's developed that our principals will be accessing so they can go in and see this information. And I'll back out, I'll go through the others in just a second because quite honestly, there was a lot of conversation at the cabinet level in terms of what we uncork with this, because you can go really deep, really fast, and this is in no way, shape, or form some a comment based on people's inability to understand this stuff. No, there's a lot. That's what this is. And so we wanted to start with bite-sized chunks that people can comfortably chew and really get at the why we're doing this and what does this mean, and I see why we're trying to do it, and we will, over time and over the course of this year, a year from now, we will all be in a very different place of analyzing schools, and I'll go into that in just a little bit, and it actually gets connected to potentially the regional meetings that we're talking about as well.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
It's on. What does the percentage mean? Again, 50% of program structure?
So what that means in terms of program structure, Christine, you want to respond to that? Just so that Christine, come on up here only because the recording won't catch it. This is the weighted value. So what it means is that 50% of the overall score for this, am I getting it right?
What?
It means 50% of this overall. So there's really two things if you're elementary or secondary. There's the program survey and there's walkthroughs. And this is saying that for this one, 50%. So let's just take, again, I don't know why I'm picking on Doug. Let's just take Laguna Creek High School. That there is data that we have for Laguna Creek. 50% of their score on this element is based on A, and it's based on, B and C. It's the secondary course offerings, and it's C. It's 50% each.
So
We
if you go
could've-
back to slide 21, can you go to 21? They're saying each of these pages is a component, and then they've weighted what's underneath of them with a percentage to make up that component, that then these components equal up to that program. Does that make sense, Tony?
No.
So bear with me for a second. Let me go through one complete one, and then I'll come back.
Okay.
So again, if we're talking about EL, there's three overall components. Each of those is broken down, and some of these are weighted. In this case, it's 50-50, meaning 50% of the score, it's weighted. And then each of those ultimately comes to a total score. Let me go through the whole thing. Teacher preparation, you see this one is also 50-50. So half of this weighted, and basically it says they should be weighted the same. That's what this is saying. So 50% of teacher preparation, they're looking at participation in the training and then their familiarity of what they learned. They said, no, they're both equally as important. And in instructional strategies, you can see this is not 50-50. This is observed implementation, and 25% is teacher perception. So somebody could say, well, why did you weight it differently? And it's because any of us who are giving a self-analysis of ourselves, there's going to be bias. There similarly will be bias from someone who is watching us do something, but typically that bias is less. So this is talking about people that are going in, administrators that are going in and observing the teachers teach. That information is rated higher than the teacher's responses themselves. So I'm going to pause for just a second because when we go into family and community engagement, because here's a couple of things about this. When I show you the data and some of the data results, no one should believe that this is absolute perfect and will never change. No, no. When we sit down, and if you're in the data analysis world, and we were sitting down with folks from the American Institute of Research, they're very interested in this. So they'd love to come in and sit down, and they would push and pull on, so show me the actual math behind this, and what was your statistical analysis, and how did you determine that, and what was the criteria that weighted that more than this? So this will be ongoing work that we will do to analyze how we're evaluating things, right? So in short, with EL, 3 components. Those are broken down into subcomponents. And what I intentionally did, and again, I've never actually presented this to a group before, so could we have entered all kinds of data in there in numbers? Because what you'll see, a school will actually have an overall score. They will have an overall score. Their English learner program may be 2.4 out of 4. It may be 3.8 out of 4. It may be whatever it may be. You can then go back in and click on every one of these and see exactly what the scores are. And what this will enable us to do, imagine now if we start having schools that have similar profiles. We have a series of schools that are 1.5s out of 4. They may be in very different regions under very different circumstances, but we can get very analytic now instead of saying, hey, all principals, come on in and we're going to train you all on some aspect of English learners. No, this has us become surgical in terms of our approach to how to support and assist schools in their programs. So family and community engagement, these last 2, I intentionally did not break all of them down. Relational, collaborative, developmental, interactive, and linked to learning. These are the actual components that are part of the model that we use, the construct for family and community engagement. It's these 5 components, and Lisa could go into great detail about each one. But each of these are broken down, and each of these have measures, just like the previous. So again, I believe FACE, is it, Christine, do you recall, they're 1 to 4, right? Because PBIS is not. PBIS, the overall is a percentage. The highest you can get in FACE, is it a 4? Yeah. Including PBIS? Yeah. We convert the percentage to, thank you. So all of these will be based on that 1 to 4 model. I apologize for that, my off-ramping for a moment. And here's PBIS. It's these 6 components. And these are taken right out of the TFI, Tiered Fidelity, I can never remember TFI. It's the actual model. We've been using it for a long period of time. So if at this point, the board and any audience, and we'll be doing this with our principals, if we go back and just do a quick, okay, so let's talk about this for a minute. We have inputs, outputs, and outcomes. We know what those are. We're pretty rich in input and outcome data. It's the output data that's been a gap. The only way you can determine cause is having input and output data. If you don't have output data, our decision making is at risk. It's flawed. And so that's what we're going after. So we have the ability actually to look at single schools, regions, in the entire district. I'm going to show you an example in just a sec. We also have the ability to analyze PIC data with dashboard data. This is important. Remember when I said those 4 levels are levels of implementation? Not necessarily saying, we intentionally didn't go, pick 4 things that progress. It could be bad, not so bad, good, very good. It could be, or just learn, whatever those may be. We intentionally did 1, 2, 3, and 4 because as soon as you put words to them, you're starting to make judgment. And that's not what it is until you analyze it with data. This is going to make sense in just a second. So, here's what that means. So in the not too distant future, like literally, we have the capacity right now to pull individual school data and whatnot. Each one of those dots represents a school. If you look on the x-axis, the line on the bottom, you can see that it's divided up into 4 sections. That represents level 1, 2, 3, and 4. So you could see this is specific to a given program, and it doesn't indicate right now what that program is, but here's how you'd read that. We'd have 1, 2, 3, and 4 schools noted in red. That would be at a low level of implementation, and you can see. We draw that line through there simply to indicate looking for some relationship. It just notes a relationship. We don't know yet because we don't know what the X and Y actually is. We're going to see that in just a second. But this is what we actually have. And it's sophisticated enough that you could drag the cursor over and actually the name of the school will show and so on and so forth. So here's what here's PBIS. And this actually may be what the actual current data is. I'm not sure. Christine would be able to let me know. But this is an example. So here's a way that we can read it, right? So if you look across the bottom, that's levels of implementation. So based on our PBIS methodology, you can see we have some schools at level 1, some schools at level 2, level 3, and level 4. Just statistically, you would predict that you would have most of the schools between 3 and 4. You just make somewhat of a bell curve, although it doesn't really apply to this kind of assumption. But here's the other thing, and this is why you don't want to necessarily say that if you're at level 1, you're not doing well. Because look at the dot, the red dot on the bottom line that's between, it would be somewhere like 47.5. You with me on that dot? So this is comparing PBIS programs with suspensions. So what that's saying is that is a school that is currently implementing their PBIS program at a very low level based on our methodology that has extremely low suspensions. Similarly, you could go over to the blue and you could see one that's relatively high, or not all blue schools are bottomed out. So then it can be, so what the heck are we doing this for? It's because we're looking for relationships, and you can see what that relationship is. In time, we may find out that our methodology, we may never see relationships that we would expect. So then it would be, so are we measuring them inaccurately? We may need to go back and assess that. We will continuously assess it.
Mr. Cerruti, in this system, when you click on some of those dots that are outliers, like say in the yellow here, or that blue dot above the line, will there be information available that tells us, for example, you know, the school is in year 2 or year 4, but there was just a change in site leadership or something like that, like explanatory notes?
So the answer to that is not in this data set. However, what you're doing is the conversations that take place, right? That's exactly what results. In the absence of this, we have no ability to have a conversation because we don't even know what we're talking about if we're saying, how do you know if a school is implementing PBIS to fidelity or EL to fidelity? So what you just did is exactly the level of conversations. And in fact, the group that I work with Bindi, Craig, Sue, and all the directors, we're actually constructing conversation starters that our directors will be having with our principals, because this is a whole new data set to a lot of people. So it's not just a matter of going out with principals and saying, how is it going? And I'm not saying that's all what our folks were doing now, but this offer is very, very deep analysis of what is happening at a given school. Because what you're talking about is actually input. So the idea of, was there a teacher turnover? Now you're combining output data with input. That's talking about the humans on your staff. That's what this enables us to do. But this is really critical because you can also go back in. Remember, every school you could click and then you could go back in and really get at, they may have all these components really dialed in except one. So then it could be, well, programmatically, this is where the focus should be, not just we need to get better at PBIS. It would be, no, we need to get better at this specific element of PBIS, and then what actually does it mean translating over here? because we seem to be implementing pretty high, but our suspensions, are, what might that be? Could be, and I'm totally making this up. We just, at the elementary level, for example, and you'll hear me reference this afternoon, we saw a slight uptick in suspensions, the suspension rate. We didn't necessarily see a slight uptick in the overall numbers. What we saw is a different way that we were starting to calibrate what we determined to be on-school suspension. Some weren't, and it wasn't that anybody was trying to hide data. We got clarity, plus clarity came from the state in terms of what you actually used to define it. So actually, even some measures could potentially change.
Sorry, just a quick follow-up. You actually anticipated my next question, is how we know that, these apparently low suspension rates aren't masking some other problem, right? Like a common criticism is that, students may be remaining in the classroom who are disruptive.
Right.
How do we capture that? How do we capture on-school versus out-of-school suspension? So I'd be interested in that going forward.
And all of this, that's why what's really important is for everybody who uses data to understand what you get from it and what you don't, right? And so what this is doing is this is opening up far more deeper conversations and a natural inclination to say, okay, I got that, but now what does that actually mean? We didn't have the ability to do that before. So thank you. Mr. Perez.
Let's go back to screen 32. We have the ability to look at a single school, region, and the entire district. Earlier you mentioned that we could get to the classrooms data sets. I was wondering why didn't you put classroom in this particular?
Well, this won't apply. So these overall scores, for example, if a school is at a 3.5 out of 4 on with PBIS or FACE or the EL program, there are actual metrics that we pull that are classroom-based metrics. So, for example, we've done, and my hat's off to our teachers because we've had lots of conversations regarding EL walkthroughs and then the survey data, and we actually then look at walkthroughs, and the teachers are saying, I've been to trainings, I used to be here, I think I'm now here, meaning I've advanced in my understanding of my instructional practice, and then we actually look at student outcome data. We actually are going all the way to that level. That's all part of built into this.
So when that actual school data sets will have actual classroom data sets?
Not by the individual classroom. I mean, it's not going to go to Mr. Smith or Mrs. Jones.
Not.
Well, we actually have the data, but that's not what this is for, because this is not intended to be evaluative to an individual. This is evaluative to a program. And it's not even evaluative. It's talking about the level of implementation.
Get down to the classroom level.
No, we do get down to the classroom.
Then it won't mean
level. So it does, and I'll show you why. So if we get back to EL, and Sue, if you want to speak to this just in terms of, for example, the walkthroughs and the data that we get. So if I get anything incorrect.
Here's an example. If we have a suspensions in elementary or junior high, well, let's use middle school. If we don't have data in the classroom, we will know if it's a student issue or a teacher issue if that student goes to 6 classes and he's only having one problem with one teacher.
We have all that data.
Okay, then why can't we have it?
It's not part of this. It's not a program evaluate. It's not part of a program implementation. That doesn't mean there's input, output, and outcome data.
What about would it be in the outcome?
When you're looking at overall suspensions, but the data report that...
Would the outcome data have classroom data?
Not the outcome measure that we look at LCAP-wise. We don't do it by classroom. We do it by suspension rate because that's set by the state.
But why don't, well, if we're a district and we're thinking out of the box, why don't we have it by the classroom?
We do have access to that level data.
Why aren't you
I
reporting
think
it that way?
It's used by administrators
I
at the
think
site.
that's an on-site thing. What we're trying to
Well,
do is
exactly.
higher level looking to help have the conversation, to go to that school, to find out and work with that principal and that staff to find out what it is. If you could put a cursor over a dot and find out how my kids did, I'd flip out. Because you don't know my kids. So my kids sitting at one school versus my kids sitting in another school, this is a very data-based, objective way to say, how can we help you? As a teacher, what you're saying, I feel like, is a gotcha, your classroom's messed up. But If my principal looks at my paper and says, you're suspending a lot of kids, and calls me and has a conversation, that's a whole nother game than me being able to look on me as a parent being able to look on the internet and say, you suspend a lot of kids.
Well,
So I think, in my way, you want to go to the deep to find out where it is, and I think it happens, but it doesn't happen at this point, and it doesn't happen in public. It happens on a site with an employer and an employee working
And we've
for
been
the
gathering
government.
that, thank you, I didn't mean to cut you
Well,
off.
well,
We've
to
been
me, I'm looking for an early intervention issue with these students.
We'll be talking about that this
Either it's
afternoon a
from the
little bit.
student issue or the teacher issue. And a lot of times, we, in behind closed doors and closed sessions, we have dealt with millions of dollars because we do not have an early intervention technique or tool to get at those teachers who have a problem.
Mr. President.
And so, that's, to me, that's what I'm thinking
We're
of.
going to talk about that later this afternoon as well.
Yeah, we will address that when we're talking about
Yeah.
discipline this afternoon.
Right. This is a
well-
whole, this is a different concept here. Let's wait till afternoon and
That's-
we'll get to what
That's
you're
one of the many.
Well, and I do, just to clarify, and we'll touch on that this afternoon, that data has been analyzed at the site level. So we've had systems in place where suspensions are analyzed by time of day, by location on campus, and things of that nature. That's part of what sites have been able to look at.
Yes, me as a board member, we do not have that data, and I like to have that data if X amount, if school, and when we have parents coming here, standing right where you're standing right now, and all of a sudden, out of the sky blue, they're telling us that this issue is going down, this issue going down, and then we have to backtrack. So I want to like to be proactive prevention.
Mr. President, we
model.
do have data on that, and,
Oh.
but we'll discuss that this afternoon, okay? Let's move on, please.
Thank you, sir. The remainder of these is just showing, again, with PBIS. So suspension rates, we would like to see that line represents the relationship. Each dot represents a school. Conversations, as we've mentioned. Culture climate, so the trend line doesn't need to always go in the same direction. And also what's important is to think that PBIS, there's a one-to-one causation or strong correlation between it and these elements. That's what we need to analyze, because it's not only a PBIS program that would affect any of those other data points. So I hope that makes sense.
Can I make a comment?
Please.
I think what this being presented and being introduced is huge. I have to say that. From a researcher's hat, being able to analyze this from a new, whole, bigger picture is a huge step forward. I have to say that, because we're going to be trying mixed methods as well. By hearing you say this data, the way that we're analyzing it now, we'll be able to also go back and have conversations. So that's quantitative data, but also qualitative data. And the history and the framework in which you have laid this presentation out and the foundation you have gave us is a very strong layout, and I thank you and all the professional staff that has worked on this. It's, I think, monumental. What I see is that, you know, you're introducing this right now, and then we have to roll this out. We have to have those further conversations with our site administration team, right? So right now, we're just in the introductory of this. Before, we were analyzing data, trying to compare apples to oranges. We always hear that concept, right? Now we may be able to be on that playing field where we're comparing things equal. And if you can actually identify causation and be able to say, this was the root cause, and this is the effect of that, I say that's a model program, in my opinion, if we could do something of that nature. So I applaud you, and I just wanted to mention that because I think this is a huge step forward. And wearing that researcher hat, I'm really eager to see what the forward steps will be and the information coming back to us. But thank you for all your work.
And thank you. And I probably should have had you do the presentation.
I agree with that 100%, but it won't mean nothing unless we have that classroom data and that student. Because we know for a fact in high poverty areas within our school district, they have social, emotional issues where our students come to school. And that's an issue that affects the outcomes of our students.
Okay, let's move on.
This just shows an example of how we can look at schools. And again, we intentionally pulled the schools out. But this, Christine, is this actually, this isn't made up data, is this accurate data? Yeah, so this can actually show. So if you look at English Learner Program, you can see the percentages of our schools that are at level 1, 2, 3, and 4. One of the things I'd point out is we do have folks, and I understand that there may be some challenges that they may have. I'm talking about when public comment is made, and there's been comments made about the lack of implementation of PBIS in our schools. I would respectfully disagree with that, because we actually measure implementation and have been measuring implementation for a while, and you can see our levels of implementation. 88% of our schools are actually implementing at levels 3 and 4 overall, and you can begin to see how that breaks down. But this enables us to look at, like I said, either an individual school or by region or overall district-wide levels of implementation. So this data set is powerful, and Dr. Martinez-O'Leary just stole slide 37, but thank you for that. It enables us to deeply analyze educational programs. We can conduct accurate cause analyses or causes analyses, if I was going to be grammatically incorrect. Improve decision-making, strengthening the link between cause and intervention. So just a quick side note, the number one reason for well-intended but ineffective programs is really good thinking and really well-intended. It's a lack of a cause analysis. It's equated to putting a Band-Aid on an elbow for a sprained ankle. Thank you for taking care of me, but you're actually not fixing the right problem. This is enabling us to be far more surgical in our approach to support our schools and our folks working in our schools. More effectively engages and supports development of our staff. So when our principals become familiar with this, to be able to sit down with leadership teams and begin to analyze their programs, they'll have a far more sophisticated means of looking at it and analyzing their internal data at the school level and even to the classroom level. Continuously improving programs and ultimately identifying promising practices and assessing, enables us to assess for replication potential. So what that means is, can we identify best practice in our district? And because of this level of analysis, we can know exactly the conditions under which they are functioning that enables them to operate at such a high level. We can then replicate. We'll have the answers to those questions that can enable us to replicate. Because when it's possible, replication is far more efficient than creating something new. And ultimately, this is going to improve. If this doesn't result in improved student outcomes, then our approach is incorrect. I believe our approach is the right way to approach it. Just a bit more, it enables us to provide targeted support to our schools and principals. We can locate promising practices. I don't know why this is doing this, except it's kind of fun. You don't know where it's going to come. Deeply analyze educational programs, improves decision-making and strengthening. In fact, it's doing the very same thing, and I don't know what. There we go. Let's get to that slide. So our next steps. We're going to deepen the understanding. We're going to be rolling this out for the first time to our principals on Friday, and I appreciate the perspective. We've got our toe dipped in. That's what we're doing right now. But we are prepared to go much deeper, and this is not a deeper rollout. We're talking about second semester. No, we're going to be bringing our principals up to speed later this month and early in September so that they can begin working with this and using it as they're building continuous improvement practices into their schools and building their LCAP for the coming year. And this idea of understanding the intersection between the DMM and their site LCAPs and goal settings, that's where the magic comes with this. We will see goals that will be very different than our goal for strategic goal 1 is to increase CASP rates from 38 to 42%. Yeah, we know that, but then what are the programmatic goals that you're going to have? So now you could have schools that are going to become very surgical and say, they're going to be working on their PBIS program to raise it from their goal is to get it from 3.4 to 4 because they're going to go after this specific element of improvement in their program. So I hope you can see how different it will become in terms of how they're thinking and working with their staff and how much more deeply they'll be able to analyze what's happening at their schools. And with that,
Well,
any
thank
further
you.
questions,
Well,
comments?
thank you, sir. We'll take a few comments. Mr. Fortuna?
Thank you, Chet. Mark, I know you know that from the first day that I learned about the work, I've been extremely excited because of the ramifications and the discussion that you just provided with us is really helpful with respect to answering so many of the questions people have had for lots of years, all of us. And publicly, I want to thank you, Sue and Christine, for always being available at any time to discuss data gathering, evaluation of our programs, and because I know you're deeply committed to doing that. A couple questions. The first one, and it's not specific to what you just presented, and I don't want to put you on the spot. I mean, that's not my intention. You know, I certainly recognize our fiscal limitations in our ability to do new things. It's not on the table. All that being said, with what you are proposing, and as I believe we would look to further expansion down the line, is the research and evaluation department as currently staffed at a level that's going to be able, that's going to allow us to do this and future work?
I think like any department, like any classroom, wherever, we would say that it'd be nice to have more. In working with Christine and analyzing it. So if we're to continue to do this work, it will be a stretch. But I don't want to say, yes, we need 5 more people or whatnot. There's a portion of information when Superintendent Hoffman has asked me and us to identify areas that we think potentially could be considered. It's one of those. But I would say that Christine and I, in analyzing this, and really Christine, she's done a phenomenal job of looking at the shift that we have made, because the work, and you've heard us say this, both Superintendent Hoffman and I have said this repeatedly, the work has changed dramatically in terms of what they're doing. And then the connection that has with, for example, the data and data reporting that now is in development with Synergy, the work has changed. No longer are people just calling up Christine, sites calling up Christine and saying, can you run a report on ... And because our sites will be more independently able to run those reports, they're running analytics. It's a very different thing than putting a pie chart together. And so the work has changed. What we've done, I think, very creatively is actually, and the board had made a decision in the not too distant past to increase some staffing, but we also were able through, I apologize, I'm drawing a blank.
Comparability.
Thank you, sir. The comparability study, when we did that we were able to adjust salaries and thus reconfigure job descriptions in her program. So she has a different level of expertise and skill set, and that is not demeaning or diminishing folks who were there previously. It's saying literally she has a different type of staff than she had before.
Yeah, because one of the pieces we do, and we've done throughout the organization over the last several years, is when we have openings, one of the first things we do is we analyze and say, are we bringing that position back, or do we need something different? And the research and evaluation department is one of those examples where we have analysts, we have people in there doing work and qualified to do work different than who that staff was 10 years ago. So part of it is just, as you see job descriptions come through to you on a regular basis, oftentimes that's not because we have additional funding to do to add a position. It's, okay, with existing resources, we now have an opportunity to make an adjustment to the skill set of the people coming in and doing the jobs. Comparability was an opportunity to add some dollars in some key spots, which we took advantage of, but on a regular basis, we're replacing using existing funding to get a different skill set into the district, and we've done that consistently throughout.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I just asked that question because you're going to be taking even more of a critical look at the outcomes than we've been able to do in the past so that we can make good decisions about programs. So I just know that that takes people. Okay. Associated question, and people may not, well, I'm not going to make that comment. Organizational structure has always been important to me. And so I asked the next question, even though it's not specifically related to this, is the changes in the administrative structure enhanced your ability to do what you're doing in terms of putting people in different roles to be able to not only look at data, but to interact with people in multiple areas so they can achieve those changes?
And you're referring to the organizational structure that is in place now? Yes. It's improved the ability for us to be increasingly efficient and increasingly integrated. So Christine, for example, is frequently meeting with Bindi, Craig, Sue, and I, and we're all in a room together trying to analyze those things. And that is not in any way, shape, or form a criticism of incredible people who are here doing jobs in the past. It means organizational structure has a huge impact on how efficient and effective you can be, and we are more efficient and more effective.
Okay. You answered a question that was asked during your presentation, and you were specific in saying that with respect to teachers, it's not evaluation. It's not meant to be used for evaluation.
No, not at all. In fact, it's a way to look at the level of programmatic implementation. We do have some student or some teacher-based data. It's part of it. Right. It's in there, but it doesn't track it back to an individual teacher. That's not what this is intended to do at all.
Right.
This is intended. This is talking about programmatic implementation. And the wonderful thing that's happened, and I'll just take this opportunity to, because if Scott is still here, because we've got Scott and Rick and any of our bargaining unit leaders, so we'll be bringing this to the meetings that we routinely have with our bargaining unit leaders so that they have, and we all gain an increased understanding. And with increased understanding, we should all take an increased critical eye at our methodology. The only way that this will be valid and reliable is if we continue to poke at it and say, are we sure? Are we sure this is an accurate measure? But this does not get at the teacher level. That's not what this is intended to do at all. This is intended for us to work with site administrators and teachers to ultimately support and improve. This is not to, in any way, shape, or form, connected to the evaluation of any person.
Any person, because see, that leads into
well, maybe me.
Yeah.
It could come up
into my next question. I spoke with someone a few months back regarding outcome data in an area, and I know I'm not being specific, but it's for a reason, in an area, and I asked a question regarding implementation, and the response that I got back, which I thought was really an appropriate response, was, we're not asking anymore. With respect to the data that you'll be looking at and the work directors will be doing with principals as a site educational leader, will that lead to evaluation if people don't get on board who are on the low end, to the extent that there are areas that they can in fact implement change?
I guess the way that I would, it certainly could, and I don't want to say that it will, But what this enables us to do, evaluation can have like somewhat of a negative connotation, meaning, oh, I'm being evaluated.
Yeah.
Everything that Elk Grove has tried to do when we talk about evaluate is that it's fair, that it's accurate, but ultimately that it supports and develops. I mean, that's what it's really intended to do, and that's what this will enable us to do. There is no question we'll be able to go out and engage in very, very different one-on-one conversations, but also very different regional conversations that can begin to take place and things of that nature. I hope I answered the question.
You did, and that last comment you just made is a piece that I think really look forward to, and that would be those regional discussions. As we look at the specifics with respect to input and output, so that we could make informed decisions. You know, again, you know, I mean, budget's tight, but we often make decisions based on, yeah, it sounds good. It'll probably whatever, and those aren't the way we should do. This is going to allow us to really be critical in the decisions that we make.
I mean, what's happened, and it's happened here, and it is a natural outcome of the LCAP. And it's also happened when we have meetings, and Superintendent Hoffman organizes meetings, and it's cabinet members and bargaining unit leaders, and we go through LCAP together. And they individually go through and conduct needs analyses and things of this nature, and then we, over the course of the year, have conversations about budget. And the question that comes up is, so how much are we spending on something, and how do we know it's working?
Yeah.
We need to be able to, and that's return on investment. And again, it's not necessarily a one-to-one, but up to this point, we've been strapped in our ability to say, yeah, we know how well it's working. Because if you only rely on those outcome data, grad rates, suspension rates, whatever it is, you're highly vulnerable.
Yeah.
You're vulnerable to people looking at that and going, that's bad, that's good, whatever that is. And so I'm going to say, here's a program I think we need. Going back to that DMM, when you decide, you're in the fourth column when you're deciding to do something, that's a lot of action and a lot of activity is spent on, I know what we need to do. We now have 3 comprehensive columns that will not slow us down, but we're going to ask the right questions and have the right data to be able to confirm why we're doing what we're doing and do we know it's working.
Yeah. Well, again, I thank you. I'm super excited. The only concern I have, as I expressed to Chris, is how you're going to handle all the districts that are going to be knocking on your door. Thank you, Mark.
And we do have others in development, and so we don't want to we're not going to flood the countryside with 55 of these, but there are some other there's work being done. So for example, special ed is in the works, and we're looking at literacy, and we actually have turned PIC into which is I guess it'd be a noun, into a bit of I guess it'd be an adjective, which is it pickable? Is it something we want to apply this to or not?
Okay, we're going to move on because we're running behind now, and I caution the board on that. This is a large subject, and so if we could curtail some of the questions, because I know we're going to get more on this as it comes, so we are running behind. So Nancy, go ahead.
I'll make it really easy since I've already asked my questions. I just want to back up and express my appreciation as well. And I think I was so excited to dive in. That's why I asked all my questions ahead of time. So very appreciative of all the work Christine's team, you and Sue have done, and looking forward to seeing how we actually make changes and improve our service to kids. Thank you.
Ms. Alviani?
Thank you very much for all the work that's gone into this. I think one of my favorite words you say is, we will be able to be surgical about it, and we are going to be there. It is specific what you can work on, and when you have something specific, you can obtain that. I felt sometimes in a classroom it's very overwhelming, and it was the same way with your past presentation on delivering high-quality education. I just think we're moving in a great direction of knowing what we want, teaching people what the parts are, and when they don't find them, finding the help they need to get there. So I think it's a very positive move. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
We spend millions of dollars on staff development, And I was wondering, are we going to have a section on staff development outcomes?
Meaning, will we have one of these that applies to professional learning?
Yes.
We do have a methodology that we utilize to evaluate professional learning. That question, it's not a bad question. So is it something we would want to look at? So if the question is, so how effectively do we engage in professional learning? There's multiple aspects of that. It's, for example, how do we identify what professional learning needs there are in the district and how do we best respond? It's something that we could certainly analyze, but we do have a methodology that we use to, to put it in really simple terms, we evaluate our professional learning in 4 ways. Did they like it? Did they learn it? Did they use it or implement it? And did it change and improve performance/behavior? We're applying that to Arbinger. So for example, the board has approved a certain amount of money and the general public could look and say, okay, I hear that. It seems like it's sounding okay. Do we know what it's resulting in? And in fact, we do. We have substantial data that's related to that. So we do have a methodology to evaluate our professional learning, and we've been doing that for a while. Whether or not we apply it to the professional, the CPL department is another thing.
So the question is, are we going to, would that be a component of this PIC?
I don't see us applying the PIC to the CPL department. What you do see in there, so for example, EL, there is one of the components to the EL program is how many people participated in training, and then what is the results of that training. So teachers are responding to a survey saying, I used to be at this level, after the training I'm at this level, I feel like I'm getting better. And then we actually track student data. And we say, is it confirmed that they took training, they're feeling like they're getting better, and oh look, based on this data, we're seeing a positive trend. So we do evaluate that. But we don't necessarily have, I'm going to put a CPL pick together, probably not.
Probably not. So then what you're saying is that staff development does not create good student outcomes. If you don't have it in here,
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying we actually do
it's
that.
not important to me. That's
No, we do that.
okay.
We track the trainings that we have, and again, I'll use Arbinger as an example.
Right.
Because we have put a whole methodology together to evaluate. So our folks that go to training, we're tracking who attended, how many people attended, and then soon after that, they're provided a survey, and that survey actually, there's information about, did you find this meaningful? There are actually questions that are specific to key concepts that you can get right or wrong. So we're seeing whether or not they actually learned the key concepts, and then we're asking questions about, have you applied this, and are you seeing it of benefit to your job? So we, in fact, are tracking that. So if somebody says, how effective is your professional learning, we can go back to the individual PD method, or the PD that we provided, and we can actually track that information. So we are evaluating.
Can I try to make a distinction, Mr. Bettis? I think what you're suggesting is that we should evaluate professional development across the district for its own sake, but what is actually being done is evaluation of program implementation, and professional development is usually a component of those, right? So it makes more sense to say, how well is professional development helping us reach a certain goal or to implement a certain program, as opposed to what extent are we implementing professional development? Does that make
Right.
sense?
Correct. Because of the English Language Services pick, the training staff is receiving is part of the pick. So professional development is going to be built into multiple program improvement or implementation continuums versus it being a separate overarching that apply to.
That's exactly
That's built in.
what I meant, or was getting to. What about, you mentioned that, again, I'm a big supporter of classroom data, and it's school site data, and those outcomes. Because, when you stop at the actual schools, you're contradicting yourself, is that you want to get to the meat of the problem, but yet you don't want to go further into the classroom setting. So that's what I'm thinking that what's happening.
We do have that data, and in fact, it was just last week that we sent, there's been a team that's been working. It takes a while to develop the data reports. And And so I won't go into all the work that went in developing data reports, but a disciplined data report, a very robust data report, went out to all principals. So our principals have data, and that data can be tracked to a classroom level. And so, and they can run it in a variety of ways. That work, the classroom level discipline data information, the bang for the buck, and where that becomes meaningful conversations and support for our staff, and that work is done at the site level. That's not, that's not us.
Okay, so again, I mentioned different data or different report over here by the superintendent. So how this is a district-wide data report outcomes?
When you say this, which one do you mean?
The one, the pick.
This?
Yes.
This is district-wide. What we've done is we've attempted to define what a site EL program consists of. Could be 100 things. We've identified it as you've seen it there. So we have a standardized way of approaching it, school to school to school.
So within the district-wide report, you're going to have a certain section on English language learners, right? That's what you're
We
saying.
have one, exactly.
Now, okay, then socioeconomic students, Title I. So how does this overlap on the federal, state, county reports? Can you pull out data sets for those particular reports? Because a lot of the programs kind of overlap on their objectives. And
So a couple of things. One is most of the time at the state level, the data that they're asking for is they're asking for outcome data.
Right,
So they're talking about those LCAP metrics.
right.
And we submit that. Where this will emerge and start emerging is through site LCAPs. And even within, we'll be able to pull that, for example, and if we're spending X number of dollars on PBIS, I'm just using that as an example, we may say measures that we currently don't have, but what we may is that our goal is to get, if we're currently at 70% of our schools, and I'm making this up, are at this level of implementation, we may say we're going to be we may be spending more or the exact same money, but what we intend to do is have that 70 go to 100. We currently don't have that in the LCAP. Now we'll be able to actually, if we're spending money on the LCAP, if we're spending money in the EL world, if we're spending money with family and community engagement, we very well will see these measures input, because what the LCAP asks is, what did you do? Did you do it? And how do you know it worked? That's actually in there, and we'll be able to use this data to be able to confirm that.
Part of the timing that's going to be exciting about this as well is we're going to go into a new LCAP cycle. So actually it's a new 3-year plan. We just finished up where this is the last year of a 3-year plan. So one of the opportunities from a timing standpoint is in resetting some of the goals, we'll be able to actually use some of this information in being able to do that work. So you'll be able to see it directly in our LCAP, because we're going to go back and do the new 3-year plan is going to get rolled out. So timing's good.
So, so you're saying that, yes, we can use this for other data reporting at the federal, state, and county levels?
We may, depending
And
on what they're
extract-
asking for. Typically, what they're asking for is outcome data, the standard data sets. But within the LCAP, and there's times, so for example, the federal addendum that we do, that federal addendum as a portion of the LCAP is much more narrative-based, and we will, in the not-too-distant future, absolutely see these data sets and the results of these and these goals insert into the
So most
LCAP process.
federal, state, and county are requesting outcome data,
It's
correct?
outcomes, suspensions, grad rates, those types of things, yes, not programmatic data.
Outcomes.
Outcomes, correct.
Okay. And what effect, how can we judge, data drives policy and policy drives funding request. So how, is that going to be part of the recommendation reports as a result of the data sets that are presented to us? Is staff going to recommend, as a result of this particular report, more staff funding or prioritize funding?
Well, certainly, so the comment that data drives policy, I don't disagree, and I'm not talking about us. I would contend that quite often the wrong data set is driving policy. and thus some policies and actions that are taken. I'm not talking about us necessarily. But very clearly, if there's a recommendation that's coming and there's a proposal that we feel that there should be an increased level of funding for EL students or for a PBIS program, it's going to be based on this. It'll be based on input, output, and outcome data analysis. What we would provide for you is, and here's why we need it. Here's what confirms that.
Well, are we going to have measurements on social emotional wellness of our students?
Well, we have information about that. So there's data sets that we use. So in fact, PBIS was related to that. So there are certain elements when we're talking about programs. We can take any of these programs that have a PIC applied to them. We can take that data and overlap it and then have a conversation about
How much
the
would that be
relationship.
weighed in the process?
I'm sorry?
How much weight would that have in the?
Mr. Perez, you're getting into the detail. This is the 30,000-foot introduction.
Okay.
We're going to come back to you with breaking down percentages.
I was wondering if that was on his mind or.
It is.
Or is, okay, good.
It is.
Because of the fact that, again,
We can ask
Okay.
questions all day long about it.
okay. So I was wondering if that,
This is a dive, we're just getting
okay.
We're
okay.
we're
I'm
coming
trying
back
find
to you, I
out-
promise.
Okay,
We're going to
yeah.
come back to you, I promise.
Because
get more into it.
Because
You're
to
asking good
me,
questions.
again, that drives my request for more counseling, mental health, one-on-one student counseling for a lot of our outcomes and our achievement gap issues that we have in our district.
Right, this
Will we
allows-
have issues, also measurements on achievement gaps? That's another issue. My second other question, achievement gaps within our schools. What you're
The
gonna
question-
measure achievement gaps?
Do we have data on achievement gaps?
Huh?
Yes.
We're gonna have that? Is that-
We do, and you've received that. The board has received
But
that.
would that be part of this particular report also?
Well, what this is not focusing on the achievement gap right now. He's
No,
given a
that's-
program, but
Yeah,
Mr. Perez,
program,
we
yeah.
will get more information on this.
Okay.
If you please if you can just hold off a little bit,
Well, I
so
want-
we can get through it. You're asking a lot, we can all go on and on and on. with
Exactly. I
this.
think it's very important. It's
Yeah,
one of the
it's-
issues that
it's-
our
it's-
district,
It's a preliminary dive in here on this
Right.
program. It's
Right.
going to be a lot more coming.
Mr. President, when we bring you this information and we do it and use this tool effectively, instead of us having, in this case, 7 opinions about what we think would be the thing that would be helpful, whether that be counselors, whether that be social workers, whether that be an MHT, whether that be more superintendents, whatever it is we think would be more useful, now we're going to actually have be able to frame our conversations in a way to see what actually identify things that could actually make the impact we're all hoping to make.
Right.
So instead of us making educated guesses based on the information we have, this is going to drive the conversations in a different way. So your questions are all great ones, but those are going to be part of the deep dive using this tool that we currently haven't been able, the conversations have been limited based on not having this particular type of data in front of us.
right? I understand what you're saying, but yet I want to make sure it's on our radar, okay?
Right.
And I want to bring that out. And also, the other issue is that, you mentioned that you don't want to get at the classroom level, but when it comes down to reading levels, I need to find out what first, second, and third grade data sets at the classroom level that we need to improve. And that's going on, again, the preschool preparation issues and expanding those services to these areas of our district that have low reading levels. Again, to me, that's achievement gaps there. So
Okay,
if
we-
we don't
I think-
concentrate on those issues, why have, it needs improvement.
Okay, I think we got
Okay.
it.
All right.
Dr.
okay.
Martinez.
Here's some more. Hold on here. I'm still asking.
No, we have to move on. We're way behind on our agenda right now. If you have further questions, I suggest you can get with Mr. Cerruti. We all have a lot of questions on this, but we have to move on, Mr. Perez, in all due respect. Dr. Martinez-O'Leary, please.
Just for the sake of time, I'll limit it. I know I made comments earlier, so I thank all the staff, everybody who's worked to get to this point. I know with any research and data that we do pull, there will be some limitations. So, of course, we'll be able to kind of, as we progress, come back to reevaluate the next steps that we need to take once we reevaluate how it's moving forward. I thank you for taking the time out to describe this is a program evaluation, not essentially used as a toolkit for other types of evaluation. I think that's really important to be very clear on as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think a lot of my colleagues have addressed any questions I might have had. I do want to also echo the same, though, in terms of an amazing presentation on the educational program evaluation. I think as board members, you know, we are responsible for using taxpayer dollars responsibly, and having data for our decision-making process is excellent policy. So I thank you for helping us achieving those goals as well. It's always good to know if something is working and getting the desired results that we seek. So I think, you know, not to expand any more time, but I look forward to seeing more information. I loved seeing the correlation between PBIS and suspension rate. So again, going back to those investing in those dollars, just really evaluate if something is working and not just a program that we're doing for the sake of a program. Because if it's not working, we can see. And then we can make adjustments as our budget priorities accordingly. So I see a direct correlation with all of the work that we're doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Lastly, I just want to thank, too, a wonderful presentation. It's, I think Dr. Martinez-O'Leary indicated, it's pretty monumental, this program coming out, and to digest it here for 45 minutes, it's a lot. And I'm sure you folks in the curriculum department spend a lot of time. And
We've been doing it for a couple of years.
So it's a lot to take in a short period of time. And I thank Christine Keto too for all the hard work was put into this. So we do look forward to receiving more information on this.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, we're going to go ahead now, move, you're still up there. We're going to go to the regional meeting.
Thank you very much. So the information that I'm going to provide for you is discussion starter to get direction from the board in terms of regional meetings. So the purpose is, just as I had indicated, it's bringing a recommendation rather than just approaching this by saying, well, what would you like us to provide? We're going to provide a bit of structure so we're not starting from a complete blank slate. Why? Accountability and responsibility. If we go back to that. So you may see these words appear because that's the board asked, right? And we need to be accountable and responsible as our schools and to you as the board. How? Site leaders sharing information on strategies for student success, and then site leaders responding to board member questions. So that's a general process. So we'd share some information, and it would be an opportunity for discussion with you as board members. We'd consider, our recommendation is that we would have an academic achievement focus and a culture climate focus, so we're dealing with both of those. And some basic questions. What is working well? What needs to be sustained? And what needs to be improved? Could be some basic questions that our folks are responding to. The regional meetings are set up this way, and I believe those dates, the board has set those with Superintendent Hoffman. And as you can see, it's 1 hour per region, and we'll go 2, 3, 2, and 2, and our alt-ed schools would be embedded. If you're looking in a way, we could consider the alt-eds being a group of them of their own, but they will be embedded in the particular region within which they reside.
Yeah, so just a quick note there. Just a reminder of the board is we're getting back into the regional meeting format. We were able to identify 9 hours that the board was available, and it's a combination of building into existing board dates that were already in place, and then we added one additional one, which is the November 6th date. But they are an hour per region, and we're talking, several schools per region. And so this really is, we've used the big toe reference earlier, but we are kind of sticking our toe back in the water with regards to the regional meetings. And we're looking at an hour per region. So the principals, we're thinking about an hour of being able to present information to the board, give the board about a half hour to interact. So half hour on each side of that. And then we'll really spend some time and say, okay, so what do we want the regional meetings to look like moving forward? Because right now, if I asked, I think I would get 7 different versions of what everybody has in their mind of what the regional meeting is. So by being able to go through this process one time, get a feel for them, because this board's never experienced this type of regional meeting all together before. And so we really want the board to define what it is that this board wants with regards to the regional meetings moving forward. So this is, again, we're excited to do it. Limited time, so I just want to make sure, I don't want to have people's expectation that these are going to be huge music circus production, type things this first time through. They are going to be pretty nuts and bolts, but a really good opportunity for you to spend some time with the principals that we haven't had the opportunity to do recently. So look forward to that and your feedback today.
And my only other comment, and it's just to give the board a bit of maybe parameters of consideration, would be if it's an hour in a region. Obviously, we have some large regions, so we could be sitting across from 7 to 8 principals. And you could spend an entire day talking to any individual, as we know. So really, it comes down to what would be helpful to me and us is that if it's roughly 30 minutes of information, would you like it to be regional information? Would you like us to go cover generally those 2 topics, or would you like us to go, well, let's dig into one specific program or do something? So just some ideas, some direction from you in terms of what would you like to hear during those 30 minutes?
Okay.
I'll leave it at that.
All right. I want to start with Ms. Bobby C. Allen.
Thank you. I'm excited that we're going back to revisit the regional meetings, and I do like this hybrid version. I was around for the first round where they were very time-consuming and basically really just to report out in great detail information that we have available online already. So I like this. It allows us to have more conversation. So I'm really most interested in, I think, 2 and 3, the culture, climate, where we are. So it's a good opportunity to have that open dialogue, which I think that there was reluctance, hesitation, or maybe even fear, or a combination of all, to have that. So I like that we have this opportunity, because I do know in talking to the principals in the previous model, it created a lot of anxiety of even doing these presentations because it took time away from their school site all day, is what it seemed. And there wasn't an opportunity to have that conversation where we want to help. As the board, of course, we want to be able to help our schools, to help our students. So I think this allows that conversation at least to take place. I'm okay with what you've identified here as the what, because again, that allows that conversation to take place. I do like that we would have at least 30 minutes to ask questions, and that's where the board needs to be mindful and respectful of each other's times, that we all have an opportunity, because we will not necessarily have the same questions. So it's that self-monitoring, that if we truly have an hour, then we need to allocate our own time accordingly and not monopolize the entire regional meeting, so that we have an opportunity to share our questions and concerns, and perhaps share information that some of the principals may not be aware of, because we're out in the community and talking to the parents and families and students and so forth. So I like what we have. I might have other ideas of what we can offer, but I can't imagine I can't just, in part of the questions, I can easily bring it up there. I think what I'm also most interested in is how the region works together as a region. You see stronger regions, and you see that evidence in graduations, when you see principals from a given region all attend. And I think that that's very powerful and strong message that goes back out to the community. So in some regions, I think that there's somewhat of a disconnect just because by its nature of how it's set up. And I'll use mine as an example with Elliott Ranch being that little quirky elementary school, and then it feeds into so many others, and it's way on one side. And so there's somewhat of a disconnect. But I will also be interested in seeing how, as a region, we can have improved outcomes as it relates to enrollment issues, of how we are working collectively as a region to reach that the elementary school to stay within our designated regions, to get that information early on. I know it's not part of this conversation, but at some point I will want to have a conversation, and maybe some of the information will come out of these regional meetings. We always look at enrollment in terms of high school, of open enrollment, and when we're going to look at numbers. But I've heard more and more conversations on maybe we should be looking at it from the middle school, and whether or not we should be curbing numbers there and then truly allow for a 7-12 program. But it would be good to see sort of what the trends are and what the conversations are taking place to build stronger regions. My goal is to see strong regions, to have pride in each region. But I'm also, looking just to learn what's working, what's not working. So essentially, is this a pickable event? To use your word from earlier. Are these, what's working, what's not working, where can we improve, and so forth. So I look forward to these.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
So I concur with my colleague in the fact that the bottom two questions are the ones I'm interested in looking forward to. The culture climate would cover also safety, I'm assuming, if any safety type issues come up. And then also, though, I would like to see, I know with what's working well, this might be covered, but also just a little touch on career technical education or the types of different pathways they have at their school site too. I know we have the overall list, but I'd like to just get some more information about it, because I think those are one of the aspects that really shine at certain school sites and within the region. And I'm looking forward to partaking and being a part of the regional meetings. I know some dates, one was added, but I'm not sure if I could be there, but I definitely will try to make the dates that I'm available and can during those hours. So I'm looking forward to gathering as much information and to have that open dialogue and communication with all the regions. I think is really critical.
Thank you.
Mr. Perez?
Well, I think that with the what and issue on, again, you need to put numbers on these presentations. What? To me, the academic achievement is number one concern that I have. The cultural climate, if that's good within our districts or regions, you have, I think, good outcomes, academic achievement outcomes. Yes, that's important, and also where are we at, where we are, or where we're going to go to is very important. Also through funding sources, staff development, et cetera, et cetera. So anyway, yeah. But before I get again, I want to know, what is your definition of regional information? What's your set mind? I want to make sure that we're on the same page.
Well, there's a couple options, right? We could, imagine that there are 6 principals that are here for Region X.
Right.
We could have all 6 principals report. And so if you think about that, and purely thinking about it in terms of the mechanics, if there's 6 folks and you got 30 minutes, you got 5 minutes per school to talk. Or do you want the conversation to be more regional, where they're talking, for example, about some of these broader concepts? So they aren't just, and in that case, we may have 1 or 2 principals that speaks for all the elementaries versus, and then as the questions come. So that's kind of what we're looking for. Is would you like to hear literally from every single principal? Because with some of our larger regions, you could be talking 3 minutes.
And when you refer to regions, are you referring to our representative
High school
areas?
region.
High school region.
High school region.
Okay, not school
political.
board regions.
No, not political reasons. No, it's high school region.
So, for instance, would you consider Chet's area 3 and my area 1 as two regions to have a talk?
Well,
Or a meeting?
Well, we'll have the Valley region, the Florin region, the Pleasant Grove region, so those high schools and then their feeder middle and elementaries will be together.
No, but I mean, what's your idea of having Area 3 or Region 3 or
No, you don't.
Valley High
Yeah,
School
we
and
haven't made-
Florin High School?
We haven't made the,
Region.
we haven't made the decision
haven't?
yet.
Let me say this, Mr. It doesn't necessarily have to be Florin or Valley region together. Valley can be with Pleasant Grove region.
Yes.
That's just something that when we make it up, we can go from there.
We're
with it.
balancing size of regions,
Right.
you know,
Right.
because if you have two really large regions, then you're going to have, you know, fewer opportunities
Right.
for people. So we're balancing it based on size. And so we haven't made the decision yet. That's why all you saw was the number of regions per date. We're still working through identifying which regions will report on which date.
Well, I'm trying to get the frame of mind, yours and the staff here, because of the fact that I consider region or Valley and Florin very similar and they all have the same unique issues, educational issues. And so that's my suggestion. I like to have a meeting of Valley region and Florin
But
region.
sometimes, Ms.
because-
Perez, you can get ideas from other region other than two, maybe high poverty regions. We can look at other avenues.
Right.
So we'll determine that as we move forward with
Right.
these meetings. And I'll
Let's
be
see.
working with the.
We understand your thought process. It'll be
You don't
part of
understand? Okay, you understand? Because also the funding outcomes are basically the same, and achievement gaps are basically the same that we've been trying to resolve.
Understood.
So that's what I want to get to. And also, okay, so understand that your frame of mind that 1 hour per region, I will, I like to go back to Dr. Ladd's regional meetings and the data sets that he presented to us on my region and all the other regions of the picture of the academic, all those outcome issues that we had reported before. And spending 1 hour on this issue is, to me, is disservice to these communities. These community regions, we have a lot of issues to resolve, and just 1 hour per region is very, very little.
Mr. Perez,
Yes.
what we're trying to establish here now, number one, to get back into the regional.
Right.
And the question that is asked of us, what do you really want in terms
Yes.
of that? If we have collectively a regional data set up and they'll bring data for you.
Right.
And then with a brief overview of each school.
Right.
That's how it's going to be.
See,
But
right.
more condensed. Before we got too long at it, I was here when we first started it way
Right.
back.
Uh-huh.
And it was a good program. But now we're trying to bring it so it has more meat to it,
Well-
but not as long. But we want to do it consistently.
Consistently,
Yeah.
on a quarterly basis?
Well, we'll determine as we move along, but we've got to get back into it now, because everybody has their plate full, all of our principals, our staff.
Right.
We can't go all day long with it, like we did before.
And Mr. Perez, what you're going to have an opportunity to do, let's do this first time through,
Yeah,
get
let's
back,
go
get
through
back
it.
into it. And because right now, I believe there are 7 different ideas about what they should be. And so once we go through and we do this as a group, we experience this together, then there's going to be a deep conversation about, okay, so what worked well? What do we want more of? And if we want to have more time, then we just have to find time that the board can dedicate to do more time.
No.
Completely open to that, but let's experience this first time through as a group, and then we'll see what this looks like moving forward. And your input on that will be an important part of the conversation.
Regardless of, now, I would like to I know we have the template. Christina, do we have actually a template by region today that we had when Dr. Ladd was here?
So the data sets that, and it's not that I'm not letting Ms. Akito speak, but the data that you're referring to, the board receives that data every year. That's the LCAP data, and in fact,
By
it's
region.
more-
And I would like to see one like
We can
region
do it by
what Dr.
region.
Ladd presented to us.
So that
on all
data is,
those-
that data is
those
available by
outcomes.
region. All that data, and actually the data that we're reporting now, because of what the LCAP is requiring, is more substantial than it was in the past.
Right. It's much more detailed than it was 3,
And it's
4
the same
years
data
ago.
set that's used
Well,
by
let's improve it
principals
then.
at their school sites.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're going to move on, and you're going to see more as we roll this out, Mr. Perez.
Okay.
Okay,
Well,
Mr.
by high school district.
High school region.
Region,
And
high
then
school
area.
region, yeah.
Okay.
Ms. Albiani?
Hi. I think it would be interesting to break up the elementary versus the middle high school while talking about, touching on how you bridge that gap. But I think we've had a lot of concern about middle school leading to high school and how that happens. So I think that would be interesting. I agree with Crystal. I would love to hear about the different CTEs and what they think that brings to their region. And when I look at the what, I think academic achievement, we receive a lot of data on, and we have an idea what that is. That's very continual. I think we are here for the personal. We are here for how do they feel they're being supported? What supports do they feel would make a difference? And I think we have to also recognize, we just saw how we're doing a program improvement and looking for the real facts, but we're working with people, and so it makes it much more personal to me, and I think there's a great value to that. So I don't know, and I also feel there is some consideration for size. If you're coming in with 7 elementary schools versus 5, I think when you are able to look at it, we're looking at blocks of time and dividing that up based on number of people to speak or schools to be spoken about. There might be some that could be 45 minutes and someone could be an hour and 15. I think that needs to be in play because I think people need to get an equal opportunity to share a story of theirs. So I would encourage you to see if you can work through that. And obviously, it's a numbers game. But larger areas getting a little bit more time I don't think is unreasonable by any means.
Thank you, ma'am. And just to make sure that I got my notes correct, so an area that you were interested in is elementary to middle and mid to high, the transition? Did I get that? Thank you.
What I would like to see, I think, is very much in line with what is on your slide already, slide 5, I think, for the goals of this.
And my apologies for no numbers.
No worries. And also in line with what my colleagues are saying, but I still want to phrase it a little bit differently. I like to think of what are the questions I want to be able to answer from parents, from other people in the community, and what is the information I want to provide. So what I would like to get from this is I would like to know what is distinctive, what is exceptional about this region compared to others, because those are the conversations that I think families find a lot of value in, right? There are a lot of myths often, there's a lot of misinformation about one region versus another. So I like to share with them what are the strengths of, say, one high school or one region versus another. I find it really kind of improves engagement and excitement about, being where you are or moving to a new area. And I also want to walk away with the sense of what is the work that is ongoing right now? What are site leaders, educators, what are the major sort of initiatives that are taking up their time, right? On top of the daily business, obviously.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay.
Well, a few minutes ago, I told Chet I didn't have any questions. I too was part of previous regional meetings, and as I stated previously at a board meeting, and Bobby so eloquently stated, they were a waste of time. They were a waste of time for many reasons, and we don't have to go into that. Today's a new day. I only expect one thing out of the regional meetings. I really don't care what we're talking about, and that's just honesty, and the ability of the administrators to be open with respect to any concerns they have, and how we as a board can assist them in doing their work. Pretty straightforward, because from a topic perspective, and Chris said, it probably gets 7 opinions. We just saw it. Yep. You know, the board will have agreement on what it would like to explore in depth. We'll work those things out. The time, you know, we'll see how that works for us, and then we'll get to talk about it, you know, and then that, you know, that's where I am. I just expect the ability to have an open, honest discussion, irrespective of what we're talking about. Thank you.
Because one of the challenges is with the going across 6 of the 7, and Mr. Madison hasn't spoke yet. If we did everything that everyone, there's 3 hours worth of stuff easy. So in this initial piece, trying to help staff, that's really, and this is the challenge, is trying to help staff narrow down for this first time of, and we have to go and explain this to principals and then put this piece together with support, is any way to be able to narrow down, you know, the 2 or 3 kind of, you know, maybe 10,000 foot. We wanted a buzz. We don't want 30,000 foot. You want to get in and be able to see some of the stuff that's going on. But I can see Mark's list there. And if we do, again, if we're doing all those things in that time, it's either going to be super, very superficial, or we're just gonna feel rushed and not really get into a worthwhile conversation.
Okay, well said. You know, just to add on a little bit, I mean, all my colleagues, they covered quite a bit. And again, I was at the implementation when we first started it. And I really, truly think it had some meat to it starting off. And number one, we had courageous conversations around race. And we had conversations around suspension. And I truly think that started the trend where our principals had become much more aware of what was going on in their schools as it relates to suspensions. You can ask my question to a principal that has a low racial minorities in their school, and they can't tell you who they are or their names. So that woke a lot of folks up. So I say when we had courageous conversations on that. So the culture and the climate that you have down is a big piece for me. And looking at some of the last 2 years of the issues that we've had and folks coming to board meetings. So I'd like to see where some of their student activities of what they have there, whether it be a black student union or Hmong organizations, that what's going on in some of these schools and middle schools and high schools and things like that. How well is that PBIS working as relates to suspensions in their schools? I think these are topics that the public comes here all the time and that we get criticism from. And I think the principals are aware of it as well too. Those are kind of things that I would like to see on that, as along with your the academic achievement. We can do this where we have a collective presentation or a sheet from that given region, and then from that point on, the principals can give a brief synopsis of their school, and we can move on from there and see how that works. Okay?
Very good.
Okay, with that.
One last question, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm always interested, and maybe this is a later item down the road, but just the alternative ed school sites too. I just want to, at
They
some
will be
point.
included.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
I
they'll
was
be
just making
part of
sure.
it.
Yeah, they'll be coming to whatever region that they align with.
Right. Okay.
Thank you, folks.
All right, thank you, Mark. Okay, we're going to move to the next one on the board governance handbook review. Start with Mr. Hoffman on that.
Okay, thank you very much. And so this is really just an opportunity, you know, on an annual basis, we want to give the board the opportunity to review the governance handbook. You know, a thank you to Ms. Albiani and Mr. Madison for the work they did previously in putting this together. And I believe this will be the 3rd time that we've actually taken the time to look at it. And just an opportunity, I use the term touchstone, to go back and say, okay, are we all in agreement that this is how we are going to interact with each other, interact with staff, interact with our community? And so that's really the opportunity here. We do have an addition this year, which was some information that came out as a result of the subcommittee related to legislation. So that's the legislative process and a draft overall process for that. So I just want to open it up to a conversation among the board, and whether you want to start with the overall handbook or go to the legislative changes, that's open to how you prefer to run through it.
All right, I'm going to start off with Ms. Sharice Espinoza. You want to?
I just wanted to clarify first that the legislative subcommittee did work with administration in developing this, but we didn't have a chance to come back and actually, approve per se what is before you. So I just wanted you guys to be clear on kind of where we are in the process. So with that, I'll go back in line and wait for my turn to ask
Go ahead.
questions.
You can start off.
Okay. So I wanted to start on the handbook first, and I wanted to call something out, which I am personally okay with. I just want to make sure everybody is aware of the process that is being proposed here. We wanted some clarification, I think, as a board about what to do in situations where administration, where the superintendent was asked to weigh in on behalf of the district on legislation for or against, and there was not time for the board to meet and approve a position. So let's see if these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that is the 5th bullet on page 8 of that draft of the handbook that addresses that. And I just wanted to call that to your attention. So what we're saying is that in those circumstances, the superintendent will take the action and notify the board immediately. And I think in the more detailed kind of supplemental document, it says that's going to be in the form of BCs, possibly emails, right? We would get letters, copied on the letters that have gone out as soon as possible. So technically that is, moving a position on behalf of the district prior to board approval. I am personally okay with that. I'm assuming those instances are going to be rare and non-controversial, but I wanted to highlight that for you guys. I do have some questions on the drafting just for the purpose of clarity. In the 2nd bullet, the superintendent and designee will provide legislative updates to the board, legislative subcommittee, and the full board as deemed appropriate by legislative cycles and actions. I think I would like some clarity on what that means, because the legislative cycle is actually fairly predictable. So maybe Mr. Superintendent or somebody else could kind of explain to me what that means.
Just the idea that it's not going to be something on a weekly or biweekly basis, but that there will be times where legislative action is hot and heavy, and so you could expect BCs and updates on a more regular basis during those times, and there's other times when the folks are on recess and they're just slower times. So it's just the idea that it's not going to be like every 3rd Tuesday or every 2nd board meeting that we do these kinds of updates. It is going to be more determined upon the cycles, and if a cycle changes, instead of we're not mapping out and actually mapping what the cycle is currently. We didn't go to that detail here, but just the idea that this isn't a weekly, bi-weekly, or 15th of every month kind of update.
So it's as needed if there's any movement on bills that are of interest to us?
Correct.
Something like that, okay. Just wanted to clarify that. My other questions are on the other document. I don't know, Mr. Chair, if you wanted me to go into that or wait until everybody talks about the handbook.
Go ahead.
Okay, all right. So paragraph 3 in that box on top, sorry to do wordsmithing, but I would just have it read, legislative activities can often be unpredictable. Because they're not sporadic. Again, there's a calendar, the deadlines are very set in stone. And then, so in the body, underneath the box, in the paragraph that says superintendent's office and the paragraph that says legislative subcommittee review, there are 2 different processes for when the superintendent has to move a position prior to board approval. And the document doesn't say when either will be used, right? So sometimes the superintendent will have to move a position and then communicate it to the board as soon as possible. And then in the paragraph below, sometimes the superintendent will have to move a position and then communicate it to the legislative subcommittee. So I guess I'd like to understand the distinction about when one channel will be used versus another. I mean, was that intentional that there be kind of an overlap or two options there?
Yeah, I don't know that it was intentional, but
Okay.
Rob and I worked through it, so we'll have a conversation.
Thank you. The thought, Ms. Chadis Espinosa, was as you mentioned with regard to the handbook, it spells out in more detail the positions when the superintendent can submit on behalf of the district. And I think it'll be clear that that's coming from administration within the district as opposed to a board resolution. But that piece under the superintendent's office, it mentions the type of matter where he can do that. And we really tried to be explicit that there's situations that have significant budgetary or operational impacts that are undeniably and material detrimental to the district. So that we're not weighing in on any hot political, could go one way or the other depending on your political stance.
Yeah, an example would be, this year with regards to the governor's version of special ed funding versus the two versions that were coming out of the legislature. The governor's version was detrimental to us, and there was one of the legislature versions that was strongly, but there was just no question that it was the better process for us. Right. And so those are situations. This wouldn't be situations where the opinion of the board, could sway pretty dramatically, and could be a 4-3 vote, type piece. Those wouldn't be the type topics that I'd be speaking at. And when I do this, I would speak on behalf of myself. As a superintendent of Elk Grove Unified, this is my opinion as a professional doing the job. That doesn't say that I'm speaking on behalf of the board. And in speaking on behalf of the board, I do need to go back to the subcommittee, and I do need to go back, to the whole board in speaking along those lines. But I get calls on a, weekly basis at minimum. Hey, what do you think? They want an opinion of a sitting superintendent with regards to how this might, as things are being formulated. And I give my opinion as the superintendent in those kinds of settings on a regular basis.
And I have no concerns about that. I'll call your attention to a specific sentence. So in the middle of legislative subcommittee review, there's a sentence that says, when there's a critical legislative matter requiring action by the district administration in advance of the full board being updated, the superintendent or designee will share information with the legislative subcommittee regarding the potential impacts and the ensuing and immediate action needed. I guess I'm wondering, do we need that?
The thought, and I didn't get to that, not to cut you off, the thought there was when those urgent matters are happening, and say Superintendent Hoffman is just flat out uncomfortable, he would reach out to the three of you to say, here's the issue, what do you think? And just, sometimes you're literally at the Capitol and something is coming up and, that's just a quicker response than the full board, but again, only when it's warranted due to time constraints.
So it's kind of an intermediary level where you don't feel comfortable acting on your own and there's no time to get feedback from the full board.
Right, because I can't get feedback from the full board unless we agendize a meeting and do the whole thing. But I can ask, okay, Nancy, give me your thoughts. Mr. President, give me your thoughts, give me your thoughts before I weigh in. I'm thinking this. Am I completely off base or not? And so it's really an opportunity for me to kind of check back in before I make a comment.
I like that a lot. It wasn't clear to me just from the text that that's that tweener, that's that intermediary. So, and with that, I will stop.
Okay. Yeah, those are all good questions. And I think a lot of these are not going to take place every month, every week.
Yeah, this isn't going to be a perfect science, but it is a step in the right direction. We're all at least on the same page and having the conversation.
Good. Ms. Fortino, since you're close by.
Thank you. Yeah, there's a couple items I'd like to highlight. First of all, if we look at page 7, self-monitoring of governance team effectiveness, that's us. To my knowledge, we've never done the second bullet. And I think we need to look at that with respect to following through with what it says, or if it's the wishes of the full board, eliminate it. We've never taken the time to specifically review our governance practices, nor have we ever participated in a self-review process. And so I put that on the table for the consideration. Either let's schedule the time to do it, or if we don't want to, let's eliminate it from our handbook, because there's no need to have it in there if we're not going to do it. The reason it's here is we all agreed to do it, but we haven't.
So I think the idea of this particular conversation we're having right now is the reflection on the handbook is our practices, as well as the operating protocol. So this is the opportunity to really, I agree completely that we've never done a formal self-evaluation as a board. But I think the first two parts of that bullet, that's the idea of what this conversation is designed to be on an annual basis. And if we need to modify it to better reflect that, that makes sense. But yeah, the idea of a self-evaluation, CSBA has tools. There are, and boards do have someone come in and really facilitate that conversation. That's generally not the superintendent, facilitating that conversation. That's an outside, person coming in and doing that. And that, again, that would be up to the board to want to do that piece, but that's a viable conversation. And this time of year might be a regular time to do that, the August workshop.
Okay.
Okay. With those comments, and since we're going to be having this opportunity to look at protocol, then let's go back to page 5. And let's look at the first one, individual board member requests for information. Given the discussions or questions that are often asked to me, it is obvious that not all board members adhere to bullets 3 and bullets 4. And in not adhering to those bullets, several things occur, and again, in my opinion. One, it extends the time in the meetings unnecessarily. 2, it has a potential to embarrass staff members in front of the public. And 3, is counterproductive to quality board meetings. Staff reports. Once again, to me, it is apparent that not all board members respect the governance handbook in respect to notifying the superintendent or staff with questions in advance of the board meeting. And what I often think about is, what is the purpose for not informing the superintendent or the staff prior to the board meeting? And I can only think of one, and that is to embarrass the people who have the responsibility to answer the question. Then going to school site visitations. Once again, it is obvious to me by questions that are often asked that not all board members take seriously their responsibility to visit sites. Because if the board member visited sites, they wouldn't be asking the questions they ask. Because there is nothing that is ever presented to us and I'm not talking about specifics now, but in terms of general nature, be it the site LCAP, be it PBIS, whatever, that can't be answered in a site visitation. And in fact, that's where you get that specific information with respect to climate and culture, when you get to know how staff is implementing program, what the concerns are, what the positives are. And so, once again, I say, it's my opinion that by virtue of questions that get asked, not everyone participates in site visitations. And with that, I will turn it over.
Okay, Ms. Albiani.
I'll start with the new part of the book. I think this is very reasonable. I hold tight to all of our decisions to support or oppose legislation to be an undeniably immaterial, detrimental, or positive to the district. My only concern is that we will get out of our lane and get into things that do not directly relate to our school or our finances. And I think we are a nonpartisan board that is here for our students. And while I understand the reasons behind supporting and opposing things, and I fully understand building lobbies of people to work together, we are not in a position to partner ourselves with people that will draw us out of the lane of the public education and the betterment of our student and our district. And that is my largest concern. So I just want to fully state my agreement with this. I have 100% faith in our legislative committee and in Chris in making decisions and the need to be, and I will obviously make it known if I feel we are leaving that. I think that is our job, and we have to stay focused to our job is for what's the best for our students and our staff. I agree with Carmine that individual board member requests for information and questions during staff is a vital part of our job, and we can all continue to be better about that. And I also think doing a self-evaluation through a CSBA would be an excellent opportunity for us to reflect on what we're doing and where we would like to get. I think an outside person is the right way to do that. So I would support scheduling that, and then in the future, I think it makes sense to be part of this workshop. And we had talked about visitations, and I think it's invaluable, the knowledge you gain from a visitation and the connection you make to people on staff that shows you care. And we had talked about going to events before, and I would throw out, if anyone would like to talk about possibly making a commitment to visit a school in your area and a school outside your area, possibly one elementary in each, one high school in each, or I think goal setting is very easy, making some very transparent. I will make a commitment to get to an elementary school in my area, an elementary out of my area, and a high school in each at a minimum this year. And I will tell Chet, I will speak to staff to figure out which one I think is the best for what I'm interested in or what I want to learn about, and I will let Chet know what that is and ask him to hold me accountable to that. And I challenge you all to do the same.
Okay. Mr. Perez?
I would like to know the process. Is our legal department or California School Board Association going to review our handbook, give some input regarding this new procedures and policies? I was wondering about the Freedom of Information Act requests by a particular board member, how we will handle that. Staff evaluation, school board evaluation, I strongly feel that we need to do. and tighten that up and have a outside sole source person or organization do a review of our board. And, also, in event of emergency disaster response or school response, what's our roles and responsibility of board members and chain of command that we should have? I'm very concerned of our health and safety of our staff, our students, et cetera, et cetera. And so I like to see what we could have in response to that services, because just recently,
Mr. Perez, excuse me,
But-
health and safety is not on this.
yes, but.
It's not on the handbook. Let's stay with the handbook.
Yeah, but yet, as a board member,
Sir.
I need to know my roles and responsibilities. What can I do or not do in that response?
We can discuss that with the
Okay,
superintendent.
this should
but
be in
we're-
our handbook.
Yeah, but
Well,
okay,
I like
but
to
we're
see-
looking at this handbook now.
Okay.
Okay, but you're going off the subject. These are the subjects in the handbook. This is what we're discussing today.
Yes.
Today.
And I'm
If you want-
discussing what,
If you want additional addendums, then you
Yes.
come to us.
Yes.
And then we'll add those. Right now, we're discussing what's in this
I'm
handbook.
articulating the issues that I need, that this is weak and what's strong of it, okay?
Okay,
I can take a look at that piece with regards to, natural disasters and those kinds of things. And generally, that's staff work, but making sure that we're clear what the board's roles and responsibilities are, that's something I can take a look at.
Hey, I think that's important because, you talk about the media, if we're on the streets of Sacramento or Elk Grove, they come and ask us about a particular issue.
Well,
at
that
an event.
information's already there.
Okay. So I want to make sure that that's in there and that everybody knows. Because the fact that just recently, I just saw this, it's incredible that parents today are buying backpacks that have a safety issue that bulletproof. So, man, so that's concerned that if parents are concerned about health and safety, emergency disasters, I want to make sure that we, as a board members, know our roles and responsibilities, how to react to that, to the media, to the community.
Well, The
et
media already exists. That works through the board president. But as far as roles and responsibilities in a natural disaster type situation, I can definitely take a look at that.
Okay,
There's
thank you.
public comment on page 5 as well.
All right.
Okay, Dr. Martinez-O'Leary.
I agree with some of the other colleagues' comments with the new legislation update section. I feel that's very vital and important in our handbook. Also, the comments in doing our own board evaluation, having an outside agency come in, I think that's very critical for us to also take a look at some things that maybe we see as best practices and ways that we can improve. I also go back to just being in communication for myself. I always try to hold to that standard, being in communication with you, the superintendent, and also making sure that I'm in communication regarding any questions I have. I know right here, going back to page 5, the bullet point that stands out to me is board members will monitor and ensure one person's request for information does not divert an inappropriate amount of time from staff efforts or district goals. I think that for me is an arching overall that I try to keep in the back of my mind when I am sitting in this leadership position, because I want to be conscious of that work and the time that the staff person is taking out as well. So I just reintegrating some of these things. If we do an evaluation, we can go back over to some of this, our handbook and our policies we set out and laying that framework. I think it would be just helpful moving in the direction for our board. So I appreciate all the comments.
Ms. Bobby Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Madison. This governance handbook is as good as our observation of it. Otherwise, it's truly just words on paper. So this is for us to observe. Otherwise, it's just there, a bunch of words in writing. So I ask everyone one more time to read every section to make sure that you truly understand it, and I will reread it as well, and I have, but it's always good because it's very easy to perhaps get outside of the box. I don't think that there is anything in here that is unreasonable. It helps us move in a professional manner as a board, as a body of 7, not one person, which is what we do. But we respect each other's opinions and the diversity of thought that we bring to the table. Secondly, as it relates to the legislative items, I want to echo what Ms. Titus Espinosa has already stated. I'm also on this subcommittee. And then also just knowing that, you know, Elk Grove Unified School District is a member of the California School Board Association, who take the lead on a lot of the legislative items. So they are, in a sense, spokespersons for all of the representative member districts. So we do have somebody actively lobbying on our behalf. And there are situations that require additional input and information. So I do think that we have a decent process here. And if it doesn't work, we can tweak it. That none of this is set in stone. So I think that we have the safeguards in place, and the idea is just to really make sure that we are all a part of the same process, that we're part of a team, that we're informed, so that's the situation that occurred earlier this year, to avoid it. And that really had to do with just not being involved in the process. It had nothing to do with whether or not we would have taken a different opinion or a position. It was just, you know, going to a lobby day and not knowing you're a co-sponsor, avoiding situations like that in the future. So I do think that we have some safeguards in place, so I'm pretty comfortable with that. I do support having a self-evaluation. I think that that would be a good practice in general. Just we do superintendent evaluations. We should be evaluating how we are working collectively together and what we can do to support one another. I think it's also an extension of the work of Arbinger. If we apply the Arbinger principles as part of this self-evaluation, then we can be a stronger team. And I think that that's the goal, I imagine, for everyone, is to be a stronger team and in a stronger district. So I don't have anything else to add to this, other than, you know, it's an excellent handbook that Ms. Albiani and Mr. Madison spent a lot of time creating, and then we've gone through and spent time updating it as well. But it's easy to step outside of those lanes. You know, I think generically speaking, everything is covered in here in that sort of general sense. If there are issues of hazard and whatnot, it's in here. There are staff members already assigned to certain things and a communication flow that would occur. And our responsibility as board members in handling concerns of the community, it's there on page 6. When there are things that come up, it's spelled out here in 5 bullets of what we can do to gather the information and then, more importantly, share the information and never answer. I mean, you know, generally speaking, one should never provide an answer to something they don't know the answer to. It's better to ask the expert. So we have, through the work of Mr. Madison and Ms. Albiani, it covers all of those uncertainties. So I'm comfortable with this in re-supporting it. Are we, you know, I don't think that there's anything that I would add or delete at this point. It will only work if we follow it. Otherwise, it's words on paper. Thank you.
Thank you. I think well said. Ms. Singh Allen indicated it's a solid governance book that we have, but it means nothing if we're not going to follow it and adhere to the protocols that we have laid out here. And that's why Superintendent and I, we wanted to have this discussion. And if somebody disagrees with some of it, they can bring it forward. But what we saw in this was very solid, and we had to adhere to it. The self-evaluation brought by Mr. Fortuna, I agree with that, and we get it outside. I will say that this board has come a long way in the last several years of solidarity, understanding each other, but we also need to be evaluated, like all of us do, the workforce as well. I want to mention one thing on the visitations to schools. Just make sure that you give the principal the benefit of the doubt to let them know that you're coming. I have visited just virtually every school in this district, being on the board a long time, and it's very, very good procedure to visit outside of your areas, go to other schools, other regions. You just get a vast amount of knowledge, and I think most of us can attest to that. And if you can put into your schedule once a month or something, it's going to help you out immensely in terms of your knowledge about this district, instead of always looking at data and reading, to actually visit the kids in the schools and see what's going on, or getting a chance to read when they have the readathon. That's another good avenue that you can go to. So all in all, I think we've got a solid handbook, and we'll move forward on that, and we will have the workshops that we talked about.
Yeah, so I got a couple of, like, the word ethic edits, the sporadic coming out of the update process. We will get the new language finalized into the legislative work, and then we'll put this on a consent agenda in an upcoming meeting, just so you put a stamp on it that this is the updated version. And then I'll work with regards. I'll talk with Mr. Madison with regards to the self-evaluation. And there's some different ways to do this. CSBA is certainly an option. I know Mike Merchant from Arbinger does that work as well. And so maybe a combination, or we can have a conversation about how we might go about doing that. And it might be a great opportunity to do a touch point again with Arbinger, and he works for boards, so he has that experience. And again, he does superintendent evaluation work with boards, and also does just general evaluations, self-evaluation with boards as well. So that might be an avenue to go.
Okay, we'll discuss that. We can get more into that. Did you have a question?
I also know there are groups that will help us look at our work through a lens of equity, and I don't know if we can bring that in as a line in that reflection. I would appreciate, as a board, to look at our progress as in our equity guidance or leadership.
And just also the one piece, I just want to bring on what Ms. Albiani indicated with the legislation, with the new language. We want to do best for kids, and I don't want to get caught up in the politics either. And that's what we keep that mindful all the time too. Okay, thank you. We're going to recess for lunch, and we'll reconvene in about 30 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know, exactly.
Okay, if I can have all my colleagues back. We got everybody 3. Who are we missing? Got 5. Okay, we're going to start back with Shannon Hayes on the budget.
Thank you, President Madison, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. Today I bring you a brief presentation on what changes were made between when we adopted our budget in June and what the state had adopted in their budget and its impact. In looking at the governor's approved budget for 2019-20, due to modest state growth, Governor Newsom was able to pretty much target all of his top priorities. Proposition 98 is funded at the minimum guarantee with no manipulations or reinterpretations, which is nice because we've seen that happen over time. Governor proposed and the legislature appropriated billions of dollars outside of Prop 98 to assist with the rising cost of pensions. Not something that school districts across the state have been very concerned about, as it does not take into account with those changes any new revenues that the LCFF was generating. So that was on our own dime. And then between negotiations with administration and legislature, we did get some new funding for special education program for preschool children. That is huge for our district, as we do not receive any state funding for state preschool for kids that are infant up to age 5. We do receive a very small federal grant. It's about $600,000 total. So that was huge for us. So we were very, very excited to see that. In looking at the changes as the budget progressed from January through June, you can see there the January budget and then May revision. May revision is what we use when we build our upcoming budget. The numbers for LCFF as far as what was set aside is the same $1.9 billion in May and is what the budget was enacted in June. You can see the values for the Prop 98, those did not change as well. COLA did drop from January to May, but then stayed consistent into the Budget Act. That is a little bit unusual. I don't typically see that. We normally have a small change. It's usually less, so that was good. And then the special education proposal. The original proposal between ongoing and one-time was $576 million. And then the proposal in the May revision transferred the one-time into ongoing and added an additional $120 million, and then we settled on $645 million statewide as ongoing, with the caveat that there needed to be some changes for accountability for the children that are ages 3 to 5. So that was huge for us. There's still some mechanics that need to be worked out as far as what that actually means for Elk Grove, and we'll talk a little bit about that. For the school employer pension proposal, these are dollars set aside on a one-time basis, but outside of Prop 98. So that was a huge change for us, and it's quite substantial, and we'll talk a little bit about that going forward as well. In looking at the reserve cap, we still watch this. The cap will be triggered if you have 10% of your combined unassigned and assigned ending balances. We're not technically there as far as what that means for Elk Grove and if we would have to do something different. And then when the reserve reaches 3% of the K-12 portion of Prop 98, that is another trigger that we need to make sure that when the state's doing their business that we're on top of that as well. So looking at how the state adopted their budget, all 4 criteria have been met. The budget allocates $389 million into the 1920 for Prop 98 reserve, which is not meeting that 3% level. So therefore, the trigger was not met. And looking at our LCFF, these are the values, $9,725 in LCFF funding. This is your base, supplemental, and concentration. We are projecting $60,448 ADA for a total revenue projection of $587 million. That value did not change from our adopted budget. Those numbers remain the same. And looking at CalSTRS, The employer rate went from 18.13, which was a projection for the 1920 budget, down to 17.1%. Then there was a proposal of 19.1, and we ended up at 18.4 going out 2021. So the 17.1%, which is the employer side contribution, that was built into our adopted budget, so therefore there was no change. He's also reducing the employer's share of the unfunded liability and reduced the employer contribution rates by 0.3% going out from fiscal year 21-22 through 2045-46. So in our multi-year projections, that's where we made those adjustments. Yeah. Looking at CalPERS, this one, we knew that the rates were going to be different. I was shocked to see this, honestly. The PERS board sets their rates, and so there's been a number of different changes in how they do those calculations. And so for the 1920 school year, we built into our adopted budget the 20.733%. However, when the state adopted its budget, it was dropped down to 19.721. And so that was a significant change that was not on my radar, that we've now incorporated into our budget through the 45-day revise. And then reduce the CalPERS pool unfunded liability long-term by an estimate of 0.3. So you can see there, $904 million outside of Prop 98 was a contribution to that. Then looking at special education, there was two components. The first one was to provide additional funding. We're calling it equalization. This is the AB 602 funding model, and the statewide target rate is now projected to be 557, and that's the minimum for all SELPAs. So in our calculation for AB 602, if we apply the prior year rate times the cost of living adjustment of the 3.26%, we would be right at that 557 mark. There's been different conversations if we do COLA before or after. So right now we don't know if that is an actual change in what we have budgeted going forward, but the value of AB 602 for our district, we're already at that 557 if I apply COLA to the prior year rate. And then they're wanting to treat this money as one time. And this is school services suggestions. I just want to be clear. The monies are ongoing, although there's legislature needs to do some business as far as accountability is concerned, and so that's why they're making the statement. So for purposes of the presentation you're going to see today with our multi-year projection, we built those values in as ongoing. So there is some caution there. In addition, the 3 to 5 year olds received an estimated $8,975 per student. Those are students that are on an IEP that are not enrolled in TK or K. So we are still looking at what data set that they're using to apply those numbers to. They refer to our special education counts as a December 1 count. Those are not the same counts of students like they do for CalPAD purposes or for enrollment purposes. That's usually based on Census Day, which is the first Wednesday in October. So two different measurements, two different counts. We don't know if they're going to use prior year or current year, so we're still wrestling with that. School Services put out a projection by each school district and what their value would be, and so we're using that value right now, which is estimated to be about $5 million. We think that's conservative, so we're interested to see what that calculation looks like going forward.
Shannon, just real quick.
Yes.
So just as we talked about being involved in legislation and the process with this kind of work, and this is something that we as Elk Grove Unified have pushed on for about 5 years, and our 3 and 4 year old students with special needs, we serve them well, but we haven't received funding for those kids at the state level, and this is the first time that those kids show up now, and so it's a huge deal. I was at the California Suburban Schools Association meeting last Friday, and they were around the table thankful to Elk Grove Unified for the leadership in this work, because literally $5 million, low estimate for us, but other districts around the table, literally millions of dollars being infused into their districts for kids that they've been serving for years and not being funded for. So we have a little influence from time to time, so congratulations.
So as a requirement of the 45-day revise, we have exactly 45 days, calendar days, to evaluate our budget and to implement any changes that were enacted in the state's adopted budget. So for us, these are the components. It was the equalization for AB 602, the per pupil funding for 3 and 4-year-olds, and the adjustment in the CalPERS rate from 20.733% to 19.721. So before I show you the impact, I wanted to revisit how we adopted our budget. So this is our unrestricted general fund multi-year projection. In the first year, we're deficit spending $12.6 million. We have a projected surplus of $1 million and an expected surplus of $4 million in the second year. So at this point in time, if the cap would have been triggered, we wouldn't have, that wouldn't have applied to us because our ending fund balance projection-wise was at 8.47%. Even though that's in the year 3, we're still ballpark where that wouldn't have been a trigger for us. So that's what we would look like when we adopted in June. Rolling forward, the impact of special education and the impact to the CalPERS rate. You can see down at the bottom, the undesignated reserve would then have generated an additional $5.9 million or $6 million in the first year. That equates to $12 million in the second year and another $20.6 in the third year. So that's if we didn't spend any additional money. Those numbers would fall to the bottom. In looking at our surplus deficit line, the $12 million we were anticipating in deficit in the first year will drop to $6.6 million. Because we're treating all of those components now as ongoing, there's an adjustment of a surplus of $6 million or $7.4 million in the second year and then $12 million in the third year. Again, that's if we spend nothing extra. This is if we stay the status quo for where we're at today. And actually, I'm going to retract that. This is the status quo without our one-time funding priorities going forward. So that's assuming one-time stays one-time and our normal ongoing costs stay normal. Anybody have any questions before I move on? Then other considerations, things that we continue to look at as we move forward, our 2021 funding priorities, what are the cost of those going forward? Do we need to make some of them ongoing? Do we have capacity to make them ongoing? Or do we need to change some of them and make them different? Or do we need to add more? We continue to evaluate special education growth. Our infant population that matriculates through us becomes difficult to project. Those 3 and 4-year-olds that come to us, we are required to serve them even though we receive no money for them. So we continue to watch that. And then the impact on the minimum wage rate increases. So as we watch that, that has now crept up to the point that some of our positions across the district, the way our salary schedules are set, we will need to make a change to make sure they meet that threshold.
So a note on the special ed growth. So we did do the work, and our 3 and 4-year-olds are funded. We think it's going to be ongoing. The legislature has some work to do with regards to program evaluation. That's the governor's leverage to get some more of what he wants, but the money's there. So the reality is right now it is a fixed pot of dollars. So as we have an increase in the number of kids, and if there's an increase in the number of kids across the state, then what may likely happen is the per pupil amount will decrease unless they make a decision to increase the total dollars that are available for 3 and 4-year-olds. So that's one of the challenges with this, with that part of the funding, the way it's set up right now. It is a fixed amount. It's not just based on an automatic growth factor built into it as we increase the number of kids. So that's something we'll have to kind of keep an eye on.
And then looking at our current year, 2019-20 funding priorities, these are in our current year adopted budget as one-time only, meaning they're not in our multi-year projection, and we have choices to make regarding if we continue those services, if we stop continuing service, and if we do them in a one-time or ongoing manner. And then we have negotiated items that are going to sunset in June of 2020. Item D is very important to us as a district. If we do not maintain a class size of 24:1 in grades TK3, then we lose our grade span adjustment for our district. That's $14 million. And when they make that statement, the state has said if you have one class that exceeds that 24:1 ratio, then you're penalized the entire grade span. So that one is particularly important to us that we continue that. And that's all I'll have, and I'll take any questions if you have them.
No, thank you for an excellent presentation and providing the update. I don't have any questions at this time.
Thank you for the presentation. Just moving forward, it looks like we're really analyzing from that perspective of keeping things one time, or if we're allocating, able to do ongoing, and looking at those priorities there. So moving forward, it's taking all that into consideration. So thank you.
I echo those comments. So would our local schools have to rewrite their LCAPs for special education?
Special education isn't written into the site LCAP. We give services to our schools, not dollars in that area, so they would not have to rewrite.
They don't have to rewrite it?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation.
One question. So I read recently that CalPERS had missed its investment return target of 7%. Is it too soon to know what that's going to do, or can we assume that in the out years we're going to have to increase our contribution?
Most likely in the out years is what I've seen.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I guess Mr. Fortuna, he left out.
Yep.
Okay,
Thank you.
good report. Keep us up to date on that.
Appreciate the update.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Sharuti. Suspensions, student report.
Thank you, President Madison, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman and Ms. Avalos. Nice to be back. Appreciate the opportunity to share information with the board, both in terms of suspension data trends, but also actions that we have taken and actions that we have planned. So that's the way that the presentation is outlined. So in terms of the data itself, district suspension rates, as it's noted, we've seen a significant decline in overall district suspension rates. One of the things we wanted to make sure that we pointed out, because there was a great deal of emphasis on, and rightfully so, on out of school suspensions, and there could be the thinking that there would be then an inverse relationship between a decline in out-of-school suspensions, but an increase in on-campus suspensions, and we have seen a similar overall declining trend for both. In terms of suspension rates and differing between our elementary, middle, high, and our alt-ed schools and the district average, it's noted there. Obviously, middle school is noted as the highest, and I'm not saying obviously because it's a given it's the highest, I'm just pointing it out that it's obvious from the graph. I would say this, and this isn't an excuse, this is, our trends match national trends. So middle school historically have always been the highest, and there's a variety of reasons for that, and again, I'm not justifying it. Developmentally, it makes the most sense when you understand the levels of consciousness in human growth and development, that middle school students at the middle school level is actually the point at which concrete self moves to transpersonal self, and what that means is for the first time they begin to think about thinking. That's why when you move through middle school, you can begin to start having kids engage in algebraic type concepts. But the other thing that happens, and the most crucial, and this should make perfect sense, is that they move from prior to that, their whole life is based on rules, regulations, and following them. And then they come to the realization that, hey, you got to make up those rules. And so there isn't necessarily that those rules could be different. And then guess what happens? They start to question those rules. So again, not pointing out, making excuses, but that it does follow a developmental trend that would actually indicate that a school environment for what's termed a transcendent at middle school, it's a challenging environment for them developmentally to be in and transition through. But all across the board, we see significant decreases. And by ethnicity, we see significant decreases as well. But we do want to point out that there is a disparity, and that disparity remains. And so, we're not hiding anything. We're pointing out that disparity continues, the disparate rates continue. And you will hear me use the term rate versus disproportionality, and I'm happy to explain why if people want to know the difference between disproportionality and rate. I'm happy to provide that, but we use rates versus disproportionality. Out-of-school suspension rates by subgroup, it's noted there. So this is taking a look at EL foster youth, homeless, SED, and students with disabilities. And so this follows a trend that we are familiar with and we are aware of. Again, we see some positive trend lines. We do see some leveling off. If I go back and just point out a couple of things in terms of, for example, if I go back to this, and if folks are wondering, what are some of the reasons for significant drops and significant dips along the way? It seems to be fairly steady what went on between 2010, 11, and 12. There was a mandate to cut suspension. So that's what happened. We will drop and we will cut suspensions. And then you can see a slight increase, and that's to be expected. This goes back, and I don't want to get off topic, this goes back to not saying what we were doing was wrong, but this goes back to saying cut them by 50%. If you do that, you can oftentimes not necessarily get at what the precursor for suspensions are, what's preceding the aberrant behavior that's resulting in those suspensions. That wasn't necessarily addressed. You see the steady decline, and then if you see the slight increase, it could be, I thought we were doing all kinds of things, why would we see an increase last year? One of the things that we did, and you'll see in just a second in a slide coming up, is we also, when we were digging into the data and going through in terms of analyzing synergy and getting synergy lined up and getting the data reports ready and things of that nature, part of this work and part of our policy work, that increase is primarily due to increased suspension rates at the elementary school, but numbers didn't necessarily increase. Well, let me correct that. The numbers increased, but what we found is that it was the definition of what constitutes an in-school suspension. That's what started to change. So you can see off-campus and on-campus. You see the blip in on-campus. It's because we got clarification and consistency in terms of what constitutes an on-campus suspension, and later on I'm happy to explain what that is. Folks, if somebody came down to the office and were there for an hour and they were placed, they're sitting in the office in a timeout for an hour or for a period, that constitutes now an on-campus suspension. It didn't previously. So that's what that is. That's getting clarification in terms of what the actual data is and what constitutes an on-campus suspension. Sorry. Oh, and we noted the suspension rates by student subgroup. And now to move on to the data summary. So in short, a summary, over the past 10 years, we've seen significant overall reductions. The trend has plateaued for the past 4 years. So we've somewhat seen a slowing in the trend of the decline. And we have seen a persistent suspension rate gap that remains for our African American students when compared to the district average. So while the overall rate has declined significantly for African American students, the gap still remains. So a common belief, this is important because the approach that we're taking isn't simply reduce or eliminate suspensions. If we were perfect, that is what would happen. We'd have no suspensions, we'd have no expulsions. So certainly that could be the goal. But our focus is that will significantly reduce exclusionary discipline, and in particular disparity, if all kids come to school feeling connected, engaged, respected, physically, socially, emotionally, and confident in their ability to be successful. Kids who don't oftentimes can be kids who struggle. All staff accept responsibility for needed change and improvement, and that means everybody at the school level and the district level. All actions are strategically planned, flawlessly implemented, and accurately measured. When we're taking actions, we have to be very, very specific about what we're doing and measure what it is that we're doing. And that student discipline is seen as an opportunity for students and staff to learn together and grow versus a punitive consequence. If it's purely viewed as punitive, meaning some form of punishment, it won't work. And that's not me saying that, that's statistics proving it. Some other guiding principles are that we will be accountable and we will be responsible, as we discussed earlier. And that also it's a systematic strategy that combines infrastructure and comprehensive adult mindset and behavioral supports. That's what this is about. If we do these things that you'll see, the suspensions will take care of themselves. The reductions and the overall reductions will continue, and the disparity will decrease and be eliminated when we focus on these things. So our strategy is infrastructure and then adult mindset and behavior. And so last year, if the board or any community member was going, so it looks like we pretty much stayed the same last year. The answer is we did. It was pretty static. So we've seen an overall decline, but a bit of a plateau, and it could be, but we did so much, we spent so much time and energy last year, why would we not have seen some change? And the answer is because our focus was on infrastructure. If somebody had asked me at the end of the year, so do you think the data is going to be improved, I would say not based on the work that we did. So now everybody could be going, then why did we do that work? You're going to see why we did that work, because the work didn't engage staff or kids systematically in behavior, our behavior. It was setting us up to be able to do that. So let me explain. So this is what we did. So we had our board policies and administrative regulations, as the board is aware. We have K-12 discipline guidelines, so we updated and revised the discipline guidelines, and they're now in all the handbooks. We did some training and awareness training for our site administrators on that. We have discipline reports that are integrated with Synergy, and as I indicated, that discipline report was sent out to our principals, so they actually have access to that data, to their site data that's updated nightly, so they're able to pull up, I believe it's nightly. It's live, so they're going to be able to, thank you, Steve, so literally they'll be able to pull that data up at any point in time, and it's literally current to that point in time. It's a huge advancement that we've made. We have the anonymous reporting system. We have the calibrated discipline team. It's a group of administrators and staff that are working together to analyze to make sure that we're in alignment with our board policies, but also looking at the data availability and usage, and then calibrating our discipline practices to ensure that practices that are being engaged in, that, for example, that we're applying consequences consistently across the district. We have the PARS group, which is Partners Accountable and Responsible for Student Success. We have the first meeting of this year coming up later this month. It's about 35 people or so, community members, parents, site staff, and district administrators getting together to, the purpose of that committee is to ensure that we are in alignment with our new board policy and the updated board policies. And then we have the PIC. And that data system and that data source will greatly enhance our ability to analyze actions and services that are connected to and related to what can result in exclusionary discipline. And so because we set up that infrastructure, we are now able to do the work of this year. And so you can see in terms of professional learning, we have the mindset work that will continue. To date, I won't even say it because I have 1,634 because I've been looking at the data. So I won't even say the number of staff we've had trained, but we have a significant number of staff that have gone through the training. But it's also discipline, it's a mindset and discipline philosophy. So that mindset can be looked at two different ways. There's the Arbinger training that we have gone through, and it has a direct correlation to this work. Everyone functioning with an outward mindset, including our students, it's going to result in improved relationships, and that's a huge part and a huge influence on exclusionary discipline. The other is the mindset related to a discipline philosophy in the district. Trauma-informed practices is training that has been going on and will continue. Due process training will take place. Calibrated discipline guides will continue to do that. Synergy training and implicit bias training We have a meeting later this month. We're exploring the possibility of working with some very interesting staff from UC Davis related to restorative justice. And so we are exploring that, and there will be implicit bias training that's taking place across the district. In terms of MTSS, those areas that are identified, it's a big part of what we're doing. All of these fall into the category. Earlier on this morning, Mr. Perez was asking for and looking for, so what are we doing proactively? That's what all of this does. Once you hit a suspension, that is, in essence, within that context, that's the outcome data. That's the outcome. It's all the things that are happening prior to it as well as after. If a student does need to be suspended, what are we doing afterwards to bring them back into the school in a positive and productive manner? So refining the referral process, team roles, team meeting structures, problem-solving processes, early warning systems, and site intervention maps. This is work that has been going on by a team of individuals, and this is what is continuing to roll out to our staff so that all of our schools have robust, multi-tiered systems of support, of which PBIS is a part of, but not all of. It's a part of the MTSS system. The other thing is continued focus on high-quality instruction. There is a direct link between the quality of instruction and in terms of how we're engaging our kids in learning experiences in school with what's happening behaviorally in those classes. The framework for high-quality instruction that we have explicitly calls out what are termed academic enablers, and those principles are specific strategies, actually wrong term, they are not strategies. Those principles are directly aligned with how students are socially and emotionally and mentally ready and prepared to access the curriculum and engage in classroom-based activities in a positive and productive manner. And all of these things are to ensure that if kids are coming to school when they wake up in the morning, what's crucial is that they feel like they're coming to school, that someone knows them and someone respects them, and that they have the opportunity to be successful, because if any of those are missing, and in particular the last, if kids are coming to our schools thinking there is no way I'm going to be successful, or I can be fine in first period and second period, but there's no way I'm going to be successful in math class, more than likely we're going to see some behavioral issues in math class. We're looking at expanding home visits. The data specific to home visits is extremely positive. And then we also will have the Student Equity Council. So that's something that the board will be kept informed of. We will have a Student Equity Council that is functioning this year. Those kids will be engaged in a variety of activities at a district level, but also back at their school sites. And I see it as a very powerful way of increasing and accessing student voice within our district, and in particular as it relates to things such as race and culture and equity in our schools. And so in terms of acknowledgments, we're not satisfied with the status quo. We've seen significant reductions, but what we've seen is we've seen a plateau, and that just means that we need to dig deeper. That's what it means. We need to go deeper. Now we need to start getting into attitude and mindset of parents, of kids, of staff, and that's harder to change, and it's harder to get your hands around. It's very hard to measure, but it's the important work to be done. That what we need is increased level of student connectedness to school. We need increased collaboration with families. We need increased collaboration and consistency in the application of disciplinary consequences. We have analyzed that data, and there is disparity. There's disparity across schools, and we do see consequences to similar incidents that are being applied differently to different groups of students, and in particular African American students. The data has that play out, and we do need to reduce and eliminate disparity in suspension rates. Like I said, we're perfect if we have none, but we need to ultimately eliminate disparity in the suspension rates. And with that, I'll take any questions you may have. Didn't mean to do that.
I have no question.
No question.
I do. Thank you for that update. What jumps out at me here is if we had teachers from the groups that make up our student body, in terms of our ethnic breakdown, a lot of this would be resolved. Obviously, that's wishful thinking because we don't have, the representation in the state teacher pool of African American and Latino and other groups. But cultural competence really seems to be a big issue here. It's my own personal belief that a lot of what we see reflected in these discrepancies of African American and Latino students in discipline is kind of a lack of cultural awareness, kind of not understanding how people from other cultures express themselves and maybe perceiving it to be unruly or a discipline issue where it may not necessarily be. So I'm very interested in what our plan is to improve the cultural competence of our teachers and who, everyone who has contact with students. And as much as I appreciate Arbinger, I'm not sure it really gets to that. So I'd like to understand a little bit more, or if you could give me some examples, if we're not at that point, of how we might improve cultural competence across the district. Would these be kind of opt-in voluntary trainings, things like that?
So specific to that, I think that the way that I would respond to it is that our work that is directly attached to this is the work that lives within the equity strategic plan. And that equity strategic plan isn't, here's 10 new things we're doing. A lot of it is embedded in the existing work, but what is drawing attention to is specific concepts related to culture, race, and ethnicity, right? And so I would say that the best way that I can respond to that, and it's not because I don't have, here's a list of the 15 things, when we're coming and presenting the updates, when Matt comes and presents the updates, what we'll do is we'll provide information about the trainings, and part of that is also the ongoing who needs what training, and is it mandated for all, and things of that nature. And those are the pieces. We know the areas of training, and what we're doing right now is exploring what's the best option. That's why we're going out and we have a meeting later this month with folks from UC Davis, and we're exploring what they have and what we see as our needs. And so we will be able, in not the coming months, but in a short period of time, we'll be able to lay that out explicitly for you. Because that's also what, when we meet with the PARS group, it's exactly the question that our community and parents are asking. So is this required for everybody? And if so, why? And if not, why not? And what exactly is it that the training is going to be? And so that's the work that has been ongoing, and it will become much more crystallized in the coming weeks and definitely within the short term, because that training will begin this year. So we'll have more information for the board and explicitly get into the training, who needs it, when they need it, why they need it, all those types of things.
Yeah, a related question, how do we increase calibration?
I'm sorry?
How do we increase calibration? That's another thing I'm interested in. When you covered the multi-tiered system of support, I've seen it result, I think what I think is a faithful implementation of MTSS result in questionable results. For example, a white student who commits what I consider to be like an honor code type violation, pretty serious, would be excluded from, would be allowed to participate in graduation, while an African American student who throws a pencil in class is not. But it was a faithful implementation of MTSS. So how do we address calibration?
So the approach that's being taken, that we're using, is this is an area of focus. And so specific to our site administrators, so built into, for example, with our vice principals and with our principals, they now have access to data that they did not have before. They had it before. If we go back prior to the switch between SysWeb, let's forget the year and a half or so where we were in the data transition phase. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about go back 3 or 4 years. They could get it, but not in real time. And it was, if we were going to be doing that on a regular basis, because a couple of things are going to happen. Our principals are going to be able to pull data literally, if they wanted to, daily, but you could certainly pull it on a monthly basis or every 2 weeks and begin to look at what is happening and where are they coming from and so on and so forth. But the other thing is that we are engaging folks in CRUS because there can be more consistency within a given school. So it could be if I'm a principal and I've got my 3 VPs, and with this situation, we're suspending this student for 2 days, but at that school over there, they're suspending him for 1, and that one, they're suspending him for 4. And so we need to engage in conversations and say, so why? And the other thing is we have to look at who's being suspended and for how long, and break it down along lines of ethnicity, because we are seeing that there are differences. With each of those, just to look at the numbers, you also need to dig into exactly what's the story behind them. Because if you just look and you see well, these look similar, well, wait a minute, what's the story behind? And there could be other reasons why that may be. We haven't necessarily engaged in that level of continuous conversation to engage in the discussion of and spending that time to actually look at, are we calibrated? What is our thinking? And engaging them in our thinking. So that's really what it comes down to. It comes to spending the time, analyzing the data, and saying why. So what was the thinking behind this and what's the thinking behind that? Because we do see it. And oftentimes when there are appeals that hit the district office or hit me, oftentimes that is one of the areas. It's, so why is that happening over here, or why is that happening to that student and they're seeing inequity?
Yeah.
It is part of the piece with the matrix that we put in place too, is to make sure that we have a clear set of standards across the district, and then the training is working with our vice principals and other site folks and making sure that we do have a common understanding of what that is. So having something as a touch point to be able to come back to, this is the same. We're all looking at it from the same point of view, but across 67 schools and everything else that's going on, it just takes time to be able to have people meet and work through that information together, and we have those opportunities with that piece in place.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. And another piece around calibration is it's not just, I don't want to also narrow it to this occurred, should it be in school or out of school, and should it be for 1 to 5 days? It's also, what was the interventions that were taking place prior? And it's actually, so was there a phone call made? And those types of things, because we've actually analyzed that as well. We've done I did it when I was over at Florin and did an analysis of, there was an incident that occurred and when were phone calls made and to whom. And unfortunately, it's not a surprise that there is disparity in terms of race and ethnicity of actual who gets phone calls and who doesn't.
Wow.
So these are the things that we gotta get at.
I know I'm taking a lot of time. One more question and a comment on this. Can we assume along those lines that the schools where there are outliers in terms of their discrepancies in suspensions and expulsions for students of color are going to be prioritized for this type of assistance, for be it cultural competence or calibration, things of that nature? Again, going back to the superintendent's point that 67 schools, is it going to be kind of a global deployment of this, or will we begin where we know we have some kind of problem?
And I don't mean to provide an answer that is wishy-washy and says, but it's both. There may be some things that we know all staff need, and our Bindi and Craig and the directors know the sites quite well, and we know where there may be a need for more targeted assistance. It could be a site that, for example, with as many new administrators as we've hired this year in terms of principals and vice principals, that's another issue, or not issue, it's another area for us to look at, because the site team that was in place could be very different than the site team that's going to be there this year. But it is both. We'll be looking at what everybody needs, but also we'll be looking at where we've identified certain schools that definitely need a bit more targeted support earlier on.
Good stuff. Okay. Well, there's certainly a lot of value in these data and a lot of improvement that can be made just based on this, but I'd be remiss if I didn't also mention part of this that I would like to see us going forward, making better use of that exclusionary discipline time. So at some point, some students do have to be taken out of the classroom environment. What can we do to make that time more valuable? So that, maybe they don't have to go back as often. We actually address some of the issues that are leading them to commit these behaviors.
So a quick, and I know I don't want to belabor this longer either, but it's a really important point, and many of our schools are doing that. And this is another reason why it's important for us to understand what the data is and isn't. Because we do have schools we have some of our elementary schools, I've spoken directly with our principals, and they're doing brain-based research, and they're trying to find areas for kids when they're struggling, and they're engaging them in not just, here's another place, do this worksheet. No, they're engaging them in very different types of activities so that they can re-engage mentally and socially and emotionally back into the classroom. What constitutes a suspension, an in-school suspension, is if what's going on wherever that student is not comparable to what's happening in the classroom. That's not comparable. So it could show up as an in-school suspension, yet that isn't necessarily what we're thinking, which is, I just got you in a timeout. You just got to sit outside the principal's office until class is over. So that's another thing that we're analyzing, so we know fully what that data actually means. But it's actually being done by a number of our schools, and that comes through restorative justice and restorative practices as well.
Awesome.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I had 3 things that jumped out at me. The first was the calibrated discipline team, which Ms. Chair Espinoza spoke to. I think that's going to be a key, to have a third person and some outside eyes looking at that and helping someone refocus and be more objective. I think that is a move in the right direction. The Student Equity Council, I think that is the group we've been struggling to define. That's exciting to hear a name for it. Yes. Yeah,
we
that we
think
met
that's
about.
the name.
Yes, that's great. It's the first time I've heard it. I like it. And then I think home visits, we're talking about connectedness, and I was able to go into home visits just an excellent way, and realizing they are not only for elementary school. One of the best examples was an advocacy teacher that made it to each of her kids' each of her kids' homes, and giving a kid that tie for a parent to have a contact at a high school, which is very intimidating and large, and for a child to know we're a team together for you. I agree, and we know the numbers are right. I'm encouraged by that.
Thank you, ma'am.
At every level.
Excellent report. I liked it. Looks like we're going in the right direction. Very good answers, Ms. Chaitas. I like what you said. I support what you said. Also you. Those were the same questions I was going to ask. But I was wondering, since we have funded 7th and 8th grade after-school sports, what impact has that been on discipline? Because just recently I did see or hear a documentary on students' participation in after-school sports, that discipline problems have gone down. So anyway, I want to bring that up. Home visits are very important, keep it up. And also that, you didn't mention anything collaboration with community-based organizations, so we're going to do anything in this section and helping out in high-risk youth, so-called high-risk youth. On-campus partnership collaborations, they have fundings. The IC, you mentioned Pick Again. Could you elaborate on what the program implementation, what actually you'll be doing in this arena, this data set?
Well, for example, when we looked at PBIS, PBIS isn't going to be the only thing that could potentially impact suspension rates. And in fact, PBIS programs, suspension rates are specific to students who get suspended, which is the vast minority in number of students in a given school, yet PBIS programs impact every student on the campus. But it affords us a very different in-depth data set, which we didn't have before, to analyze potential causes for practices and things that are taking place, causes for either the overall numbers of suspension rate at a given school or the disparity within that. So it gives us a much richer data set from which to make determinations of what may be causing the problem.
And regarding this on-site committee intervention, how often will they be meeting?
The calibrated discipline team or the PARS
Right.
group? The calibrated discipline team? They meet, I'd need Mr. Ross here, but they meet There's all kinds of people back. I didn't know they were all, I did ask them to come. How much stuff did I say that isn't even close to being accurate? I didn't know you were back there. Can I get a thumb to the side from Matt? I get a...
Yeah, they got your back, man.
Yeah.
Don, how often's the group meeting?
We start off, we're developing every other week, and then have moved to monthly, so we try to get things ourselves calibrated again and refocus. But we broke into two different categories, really.
Come on now.
So, again, just for purposes of recording, Don, if you could just repeat what you just said so that you're on the record.
I'm on the record now?
Yeah.
You weren't.
So when we first started and formed the team, it was every other week so that we could establish the need and work through the decision-making process. And then and from that, we broke into two groups, one to focus in on the training piece that you saw up there, and another group to analyze the data and to look at the new reports that are coming out. So now we'll be, the training group is established, and we'll be working with the site administration to set those training dates. And then moving forward, we'll probably, for now, be meeting monthly to kind of review where we're at with the discipline, kind of take a look at how calibrated we are. Part of that calibration is because the question came up, how do we continue to be calibrated? Part of the regular administrative vice principals meetings is to discuss calibration, to bring up actual events, scenarios that have come up, and discuss those and say, are we calibrated with the matrix that we have? What should have this been? How many days should this student receive, or should they have received a suspension at all? And part of that is redefining discipline too, and to take a look at that. So right now they're scheduled monthly, but we're kind of flexible. We'll move with what we need to in order to get the work done.
Okay. What do you mean by create school site intervention maps? Is that what the committee would follow up on, the responses to the issue? Intervention maps? Would that be your part? You meant, that was the slide 13, you had create school site intervention maps. I was thinking actual geography maps, but it's a process intervention, right?
So as part of the multi-tiered systems support, so if you view multi-systems support as this umbrella that's covering what we used to have as RTI, so the academic response to in intermeeting, and what we currently have is PBS, which is the behavior side of that. And then we had social emotional also out there. So it's combining all of those things. And so as a district, we'll develop here's a base level of support that tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. At our sites, we'll also be developing a map, because our sites vary to degrees depending on the resources that they have. What additional resources do they have? So they'll start to map those out. So when the teams meet, they can say, okay, this is the presenting issue for the student. This is the problems that we're seeing as a team. So we have our psychologists, we have our mental health therapist, we have somebody from curriculum professional learning, all working together to analyze what's going on with the student, and then determine what's the best intervention, and then look at our map. What's the best intervention that we offer right now? Maybe going back to universal, no, we need to start here and make sure that this is taking place in the classroom, or maybe a tier 2 level of support. So it's kind of mapping it out, not only district-wide, but at the site-wide as well.
Very good. And my last question was that you mentioned the data set was changed this previous year, and it reflected a 2-point-something impact, or we went higher. So that, I think, was also an issue that I brought up a long time ago when our Senator Harris was in her report. There was the school districts, the Department of Justice, and a variety of other people had different interpretations or policies, and as a result of that, that reflected how, the outcomes and the data sets. So is that one example of our Senator Harris's report, why it differed from school districts' reports, and how serious the suspension and all these issues were, or what? Is that?
I apologize for not being familiar with the report, the specific report that you're referring to, Mr. Perez. The 2% bump that you saw there, I just wanted to point out that depending upon how you look at it, I'm never saying anything is necessarily insignificant, but the primary reason for that was because clarification came out to us, and we were analyzing what constitutes, when is someone suspended on campus? Where would they go and for how long? And actually, it's a single period to the bulk of the day warrants that. So that's when we were going back then, and what we did is we have calibrated our data to ensure that now we know when we're talking about on-school suspension what that is. However, as I indicated before, we have schools where kids are going and they're actually getting support, the type of support they would need, yet it's going to show up as a on-campus suspension. But I'm not familiar with the report you're referring to, and I apologize.
It's on the Department of Justice. I think it's about maybe 4 years old. And the last question, or input, excellent ideas regarding the Student Equity Council, and I like to see them also participate on the school site LCAP planning process, because, you know, they know the problems, they see the issues on the local scene at the school site, so I like to see them work together.
Very good.
Thank you.
Had a couple comments. Thank you for the report. I just wanted to mention a few things because I always wear a few different hats. So one of the hats I wear is for CSBA as a board of directors for the American Indian. And so we're going to be having a training. I bring this up because it relates to your presentation. You mentioned in there you're doing implicit bias training, but our board of directors will actually be having a training in September, and it will be from Dr. Bryant Marks, founder and chief training officer of the National Training Institute of Race and Equity. So I was just thinking, because if you're going to be doing some of the implicit bias training, it might be helpful. Any information I get from that, I will definitely share and pass along here for the board. I also wanted to mention that I know when we look at suspension rates in the data affecting different student subgroups and by ethnicity, sometimes those can lead to a correlation, right? So I say sometimes because I don't want to assume that, but to the expulsion rates. So I always try to, in my head, link that, because I know overall those numbers, if we can impact them, sometimes if we look at things separately but together, if they do have some type of correlation to each other, it might be helpful. So just future maybe data-wise, looking at the expulsion rates, also comparison would be helpful side by side for myself too, just thinking that big picture visually. Also, I wanted to mention that I think the Student Equity Council is very important to have their perspective, but also a peer mentorship type scenario I think would be supportive of the students, and as well as having that, if a student, for example, at the community college, I see students who end up on probation and dismissal, right? So it's a different function of suspension or expulsion. It's very different. But for me, I was thinking just having a way to build in that peer support, another student who maybe was going down that pathway who has now transitioned and is now successful, you know, and they maybe address some concerns, whether it was family, social things, behavior going on at home, they might be able to be a good mentor for another student at a school site. So I really hope the Student Equity Council can turn into like a leadership role for some of the students, and it might even be implementing a program where we're gathering the students who are continuously getting suspended and having a group or some other type of intervention with those students, because that one-on-one or that group support may really be your buy-in for that change for the students, that transformational change. Also, I just wanted to mention that I think the partners for student success sounds really great. I'm excited to learn more about that, you know, partnership with the committees and outside agencies, because I think that can be a really valuable resource. On another topic, because I wear another different hat, I sit on a Native American Pathways Committee, and so we will be publishing some data that will be coming out on Native American student suspension rates. We worked with Dr. Luke Wood, so we're co-authoring an article right now that will be coming out. I think I mentioned it to the board. As far as our rates for our district, they're not as alarming as other district rates, and I say that for big picture, but I know when we look at ethnicity, I'm always saying, you know, we're bringing up the problem. This is a problem, but as a leader, I'm always looking at how do we address this problem. and what best practices. So I think if we're able to make some of these core changes that you brought up in your presentation, again, like I stated earlier, this could be a model for many other places, and an example of how we're enacting and implementing and how now we've been able to transition to change. So I appreciate all the time that has gone into the presentation and the work on this topic, and looking forward to bringing back more information in the research. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Excellent comments and questions from the board. Few things that come up, first and foremost. For the last couple of years, I'd say almost at every board meeting, we keep hearing comments that we are failing our African American students. It's very painful to hear as a board member, as a mother, that we continue to fail some of these children. I do wish that we had this presentation, to be honest, at our regular meeting, because a lot of our stakeholder groups participate in those regular meetings, and I think having some of their feedback for the stuff that we are doing and not doing, perhaps, it would have been very helpful. So I appreciate that we're getting this information, but I do think it bears a wider audience, because some of these topics are, you know, they're important.
Yeah, we will, because this actually, we'll use a very similar presentation with the community group. That was the agreement, was that twice a year we'd make sure that the board has it, but then there's also the opportunity for the community group to engage with the same information.
Good, and I would love to see what the comments are that come out of that. You know, we put in here accepting responsibility for the outcomes of our actions, and I can't agree more with that. It's not only our actions, but perhaps our inactions. As a mom, as a school board member, I celebrate in our successes, but I still see those gaps that are still there. Our persistent suspension rate, that's still very high for our African American students. So, quick question in terms of even say this presentation and the next steps that are being recommended or proposed. Who comes up with this? Where, in terms of diversity of thought and input and collaboration, who and, you know, what departments go into coming up with even this list?
So if I'll start from a group and move outward. So I refer to it, it's referred to as LSLT, the Learning System Leadership Team. So that's a group that I don't want to say I'm responsible for, but it includes myself, Bindi, Craig, and Sue, and then all the directors, these folks back here and others, and some specific program specialists. So there's about 25 people or so that are part of that. And we address big picture items such as this, because it's multifaceted, right? I mean,
Right.
if the focus on suspensions and expulsions, the focus needs to be on everything prior to that. That's where the bulk of the energy needs to go, and then we do need to look at calibrating our practices specific to it, and then also when kids are coming back, what are we doing? So that group has literally every major department and division on the teaching and learning side of the house is part of that. And then there's various teams that are working. So for example, Matt has folks that he's working with in terms of moving the our educational equity strategic plan forward. The team that Don has, the PARS group that I work with and a number of others works with, the calibrated discipline team. So that's where it works, but there's the focus is always, I don't want to say it begins with, but I meet every week with, that group meets every Wednesday all afternoon. So we dedicate a significant amount of time to strategic planning and thinking about these types of things. And this one, as I describe it, is it's persistent and pernicious. And we got to get at it. And so the only way that we'll be able to do it is systematically, and that is the group. So if I was to draw that, another version of E4, there's this team with these various satellites that are working that comes back and reports to the entire group as a
But
whole.
it's fair to say that there's input here using obviously the equity lens, but from a very diverse group of professionals that
And-
are experts in their fields, if you
And
will.
community, and parents and community. When you take certain groups that we are working with and engaging with, there's parent, and we'll be expanding that to student voice as well.
Okay, very good. One thing I didn't see in the presentation, but you sort of mentioned it in passing in your sentence during Ms. Chaitis Espinosa's questions, was restorative justice. To me, it seems like that would be something that we would include as a topic of discussion. Was it purposely left out, or is it encompassed within this body somewhere?
Well, it's encompassed I could say it's encompassed within, and maybe on my part, it was an oversight, and it was certainly unintentional. Matt, if you wouldn't mind, if you want to just come up and Matt, Don, that was good, Don, you were ready. But Matt, if you wouldn't mind, just in terms of the thinking that we do have, and like I said, we're meeting with folks from, and I'm not sure where that's going to go, and I'm not saying that, but Matt can at least provide a bit of information in terms of our thinking regarding restorative justice. And I'll say this, and I want to be careful how I say it because I don't want it to have anything other than a positive connotation. When it began a couple of years ago, I'll put it this way, we are structured very differently now to ensure that planning and rollout is more comprehensive in our thinking. And so it was done at the secondary level, and I know elementary were going, so when are we going to have these programs at the elementary school? We also needed to evaluate what it was. So again, what is a high quality restorative justice? Because actually in the course of my readings, even at my level, restorative practice and restorative justice, they can have two different meanings. So we also need to be crystal clear of what it is that we're talking about and what it is that we need and how it fits into the bigger picture. So Matt, just a word or two about kind of what your thinking is and what our thinking is regarding that, please.
Yeah, so building from that context and recognizing that we know things are being logged as restorative practice and they look in many different ways, is leveraging the kind of systematic approach to really think through a 3-year rollout plan of how do we build capacity and what are our options to really make sure that we have refined and thoughtful implementation. Because restorative, first of all, it's also built on, and part of the reason that we're looking for, through different partnerships to bring the work to the table, is the shift and over the last 5 years, schools, districts across California engaging in restorative practices with losing the justice part of the restorative practice and focusing on practices and protocols and procedures without really understanding the root purpose that these things were created, has led to, and from the Bay Area all the way down to LA, a lot of things that are being called restorative practice and actually are detrimental or undermining other systems. And so we want to try to avoid that and really have a solid grounding in the purpose behind it, and recognizing that to implement it properly, it needs to be a system-wide, school-wide approach. It's not something that just one teacher does or just the administrator. It involves restoring an entire community and building, and the relationship building is part of that fundamental, in addition to then having alternatives to provide, to address discipline incidents in a way that all folks are learning and that folks have a place to be restored back to, and that community is critical. And so that's kind of where we're at, and wanting to really not disregard the great work that's already happened from some school sites, and that we do have some administrators in some schools that are further along and have a stronger grounding in that. We want to build on that and leverage that, and maybe they'll be our model schools that can help support other schools, the rollout to other school sites as well. But we do want to have one clear common message for that. And so we're looking at several partners, and one of the reasons we're considering UC Davis is because not only are they nationally renowned experts in the field, Dr. Maisha Wynn in particular is one of the current she travels all over the country in this area, but Maisha Wynn at UC Davis, but also they are local, and she is a graduate from McClatchy High and came back to work at UC Davis specifically because she wanted to bring this work to our region. So that's kind of where we're at, but we're open to other partnerships as well.
So what I'm
as long as it
hearing,
meets that goal.
So what I'm hearing is we don't have a clear definition right now in terms of what is restorative justice and how is it being implemented in our various school sites. So it's sort of a mixed bag right now. Some are very successful, some may or may not be successful or may be actually using it ineffectively. That's alarming to me.
Well, and so one of the things to consider, right, is when, and this comes back to when programs, and whether or not this constitutes a program, but now the board's in a different place. Because
Yeah.
it could be, so is this pickable?
Yes,
I'm not
because that's
saying
my
it
next
is, right?
question.
But if you go back to deconstruct, part of it would be, what do we mean by restorative justice and restorative practice? Because as Matt just indicated, the language has changed. So you can even have people thinking you're talking about the same thing, but it may not be. So we need to get common language, and then we need to understand what is the framework and what are the components and subcomponents of this, so that we can say, yes, this school is actually implementing what we as a district are terming restorative justice.
Right.
But no, we are not there yet.
Yeah, it's
So, I
another-
mean, that's a big area of interest. From anything that I've ever read, in years past, it's been very positive. So I guess it really is how it's implemented and making sure that it's done correctly and that we do have a shared terminology of what it looks like.
And I've
But
been
when it
part-
comes to, suspension rates and discipline, there's a big connection.
And I was part, and this goes years back, and certainly the language and the understanding, I think, has evolved over the past 15 years to 20 years or so. But there was a recent article, Sue sent out a recent article, and it cited the school district from where I came. And they attempted to implement the program, and they've been attempting for a while, and I'm not being critical. They attempted, but as Matt had indicated, what it was is, here's a bunch of procedures that you need to adhere to, and this goes back to why, how, and what, and as Chris says, it's mindset, it's people before practice, because if you don't do that, there was pushback, because what teachers in the classroom weren't given any of the theory behind it, the mindset work, and actually the strategies. They're going, so basically you just want me to lower my standards, behavioral standards, and there can be conflicting, even public views
For
of this,
sure.
because we have folks come here and we've heard them saying their kids have experienced bullying and they want severe punishment
Right,
for
and
the
you
people
can't.
who are doing that, so you can have these things that are
Absolutely.
opposing one another. But until we get a common framework, but we will have that. That's exactly
No,
the work
I
we're
would,
doing this year.
I agree with what you're stating, and we do want to have that stakeholder engagement. First on the top of that list would be our teachers. I think anytime you want any changes, it has to be properly vetted, and if you add any more expectations in the classroom for teachers, I definitely want to see the buy-in from there. So I think that, since we use these terms along the way in presentations, then at some point we need to come together and have some common ground language of what is it that we're talking about and what are the expectations. And if there are sites that are using it inappropriately or ineffectively, then we really need to take a good look at that and not have that harm that can go out there. But when it comes to that correlation, from everything that I've read, if and when done properly, it can be very successful. So that's, so I'm looking forward to more information on that over the course of time. And then the next steps here, they look very promising. I'm very encouraged to see that. You mentioned, is it pickable? I think you've sort of answered that as well in your presentation. The Student Equity Council, very excited to see that. I'm very excited mainly because when it comes to diversity, not only in race, but in culture and thought, typically we always hear from our high-performing students. That never really gives an assessment of the culture and climate of a school. I think this will go a long way in addressing a lot of those gaps. So I'm very excited about that. I liked what Ms. Martinez-Aleri mentioned on the mentorship program. I think there's value in that as well. Particularly, students can relate to other students when it comes to understanding, modifying behavior, expectations, empathy, learning from what's going on. There's a lot of support that comes from another peer group versus an adult talking at them about something and making corrective measures. So I think that there's value in looking into those mentorship programs, particularly for successful students who perhaps were that high-risk group of return offenders for suspensions. what worked, what didn't work. So there's a lot of value in looking into those. So I do appreciate this presentation. I'm glad to see that it will be shared with our stakeholder groups. Very important information that we keep hearing about at no less than every single board meeting about how we are failing our students, our African American students. I go home with those thoughts in my head of what can I do more as a board member? What are some of the myths and misconceptions that are out there that we can help rest? And I think this goes towards both of those things. So knowledge is key to sharing to dispelling any rumors, misinformation, but also laying out a strategy and holding ourselves accountable to those measures as well. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, we had a good lengthy discussion on that and a lot of positives. Something we're looking forward in the future, the plan that you have laid out that I'm very optimistic about. As Ms. Singh Allen just indicated, the African American population it's a cry right now of concern, and folks coming to our board meetings on the disparity. And I'm is very concerned as well. I mean, we've made some improvements, but not near enough. We've got 11% roughly population of African Americans in this district, I believe.
About 12%.
Give or take a little bit. And the suspension is just way out of line in comparison. And as I mentioned before, looking at the suspension incidents, the first quarter this year, upsetting or appalling a little bit to see the elementary school, the amount of suspensions going on with African Americans in the elementary level. And I hope when we talk about the global reporting or the breakdown by schools, I think we have a wonderful opportunity to look at specific schools that are really impacted. I know I can name them right now, but I'm not going to get into it. And for the life of me, with all our programs and our interventions, what our plan is going to be, that is some of our best opportunity to look at some of these schools that's impacting our district right now. You would be amazed. And sometimes we make a little progress, we go backwards. So I don't know where we are with the PBIS in some of these schools. I won't get into it. I'll discuss them with the superintendent. But that's where our margin of improvement, no difference than the grade level reading. We look at our grade level reading, we know the schools that are struggling. And it goes on from grade level reading right into suspensions where kids are acting out. We look at elementary schools into the middle schools, as you indicated about the middle schools, and I understand that portion of all kids in the middle school. But the trend, when you look at African Americans, it's constant at all levels. You don't see the improvements. And for me, I think we are big enough, strong enough, intelligent enough to look at these given schools that are heavily impacted, that are crying out for help. I don't know whether it's leadership, or whether it's the community, as Matt indicated, all the way around, but we really need to focus in on those schools. That's what's going to really, I believe, is going to help this district show wonders, improvements. There's some high schools that's, I call in the toilet. There's some middle schools that's really worse than other middle schools. And those are the ones, I think those efforts really need to be shown. As one board member, I'd like to see the improvement on it.
And just a quick thank you, and thank you all. I've got the information. I do want to thank all the folks that are here. I know that in meeting with our principals on Friday and all of our administrators on Friday, that the agenda, there's some words that flow through, and it's specific to that meeting, but also that carry through. And so it's things like consistency and coherence. We're not changing direction. We need to get better at what it is that we're doing and things of that nature. One of the words that's there is discomfort. We're good, and in some cases very good. We're not great yet, because we can't say we're great until we address what it is that we're talking about here. everybody who comes to work every day should be uncomfortably or comfortably uncomfortable, because if you get too uncomfortable, bad things can happen. We should not be comfortable. This should bother us every day that we come to work. And so, but like you, I think we've gotten, I appreciate the board's understanding of the approach that we're taking. But if I continue to come up here and tell you that the approach that we're taking and we're too far down the road and we are not seeing the progress that we need to be made, I'll go on record as saying then apparently we're not approaching it in the right way or we don't have the right people doing it.
Yeah, and the
That's
programs, I
bottom
think, we are heading in the right direction as far as the PBIS, but the rubber has to hit the road,
Agreed.
You have to know how are we dealing with these kids, the community as whole. It's not only in our sector, it can be in the police force, the same thing. It's like a target to some of these kids and how we approach them. Ms. Charis Espinoza brought it up as well too, the cultural part of it. But I think as a good school just such as we are, we can set the pace for this. And I look forward where we can really hone into some of the schools that are crying, that really need the help that's out there. Because we have the data, because I have it here, and I know the schools looking at it.
Thank you all.
Okay, that's roughly going to conclude it. We had anybody had other items on the floor before we get off? I just wanted to, anybody down here? I wanted to bring up, maybe in the future, we have our workshops or special board meetings. I'm not a dais person up here. I prefer if we can get into more of a congenial group and a table, round table that we can discuss. Frankly, we're up here all the time. We're regular board meetings. I don't like it. I like to have a little bit closer than that. Can we do that? Okay, thank you.
And with one exception on at least action items. As long as there's no action item, because I would.
That's fine. No,
Yeah.
I'm not, most of our retreats are, we don't have action items.
Yeah, if there's any action taken on anything, then no.
Right, that's fine. We look out to, I think we should visit schools. We should go out sometime with some of our retreats or board workshops. Let them see us a little bit. We're here all the time. Those are my words. I don't know if anybody else wants to. Yeah, there's no action items on it. Okay, meeting adjourned.